All I need you, right here, baby. Cuddle up all night, yeah, baby. We party hard, all white, yeah, baby. I want you, right here, baby.
Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó ṣọ̀kọ̀ṣọ̀kọ̀ yọ̀kọ̀tọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó rọpẹ́tẹ́, ó rọpọ̀tọ̀.
Mommy, when you move that body, girl, I like that. Shake that booty like I like that. Now we be the life of the party with the flex for the party. We go spend for the partition now, yeah. Oh baby, shake. Now me get my money to the waist. What's in the happen for the place? All my money, I go spray it on your waist. Nah, with the look, eh?
Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó ṣọ̀kọ̀ṣọ̀kọ̀ yọ̀kọ̀tọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó rọpẹ́tẹ́, ó rọpọ̀tọ̀. Baby, now only you. I swear now only you. Ain't nobody but you. Where they make my body move. I love to kiss you. Don't wanna miss you. Drive around the world with you. Cause all I want is you. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó ṣọ̀kọ̀ṣọ̀kọ̀ yọ̀kọ̀tọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó rọpẹ́tẹ́, ó rọpọ̀tọ̀. Baby, all I need is you. All I care about is you. Wanna spend my life with you. Yes, I said it. Wanna party hard with you. Make love to you. And make kids that look like you. So let's go around the world. Wherever you prefer. As long as I'm with you. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó ṣọ̀kọ̀ṣọ̀kọ̀ yọ̀kọ̀tọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó rọpẹ́tẹ́, ó rọpọ̀tọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó ṣọ̀kọ̀ṣọ̀kọ̀ yọ̀kọ̀tọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ní kankan tó pọ̀ tó tiwọ́ nìkan. Ìwọ nìkan ni ó pọ̀pọ̀pọ̀. Ó rọpẹ́tẹ́, ó rọpọ̀tọ̀.
All I need you, right here, baby. Cuddle up all night, yeah, baby. We party hard, all white, yeah, baby. I want you, right here, baby. All I need you, right here, baby. Cuddle up all night, yeah, baby. We party hard, all white, yeah, baby. I want you, right here, baby.
is up? What it do? Welcome to Club Shada episode number 96. I hope everybody is good. I hope your spirit is good. I hope that you are feeling well. I hope that everybody is spending a good week. I'm hot. I'm not gonna wear this. I'm just gonna promote this for 5 seconds. I'm super hot here. Yeah. I was saying, I hope that everybody's in good spirit. I hope that you are. I hope that you are fine. I hope that everybody is inspired and graceful. I hope that everybody is gracefully letting go of the past without forgetting it, and at the same time working in the present for the future, but to honor the past as well. This show is brought to you by shoutouts.com. As you know, I'm actually wearing the Hamsahan t-shirt by Shadaware, plus the Flame of Zaire bomber jacket. So this has like all the main cities of Congo DRC, the new flag, and in the back you have like a big flag. It's a beautiful piece that I designed 2 weeks ago, and I just received it. This is the first ever model, so got the test piece. I kind of like it. I want to also praise and say thank you to the gods of good fortunes out there and all the new subscribers who are subscribing to this channel. Oh my God, I forgot to loop this song. There you go. Isabella. My friend Isabella Candel from New York. Kwetu, JB, Samuel Da Costa, Eto, DJ Don Dada 374, Susana DS89, Daniel Cardozo, and many more. Your names are here. We are grateful for you to join this channel, whether it is for Club Shada or whether it is to watch some vlogs or whether it is to watch some old video clips. It's all good as long as you pass by and you check out the content. It's all blessed. I want to give a shout out to our stream royalty, Mr. Mike Phoenix, for his recent sponsorship of all this money already. This is a good month. Thank you so much, and also thank you for all our sponsors. Your names are here. Matt Music, thank you for the $5 super sticker. It is appreciated. I hope you are fine as well. Dalia, how are you? I'm better. What it do, Joel? How are you, my cousin? CV Beats, what up, brother? How are you? Mountain Yaba Inspiration, what it do? I enjoy your channel. I like the fact that you back. It's like when it was DBENC, I liked it, and then it just disappeared on me. But now you came back, rebrand. I don't know why you removed the old content, but you know, everybody their strategy. What do you do? What do you do, Emmanuel? How are you? What do you do, Elise Boys? How are you, sister? See, I'm playing your music. Bruno, what do you do, brother? How are you? You good? Baka, what do you do? What do you do? Mauro, hello, what do you do? Yeah, yo, do. Double XL, what up, brother? Everybody go look for Double XL on the platform. He has released his first single, so yeah, it's important to note it and to go support the brother. I will add your single in my playlist. Yeah, listen, I'm feeling better. I still have some strange moments, but I took something at the pharmacy for reflux. Helped a lot. And yeah, I still have some moments where I feel like it's strange, like I'm oppressed and I can't breathe, but I breathe, and I just breathe deeply, and then it's gone. So yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm going to Kinshasa in 10 days, in 9 days now. So before I go, I'll just pass by the doctor just to make sure that everything is found out there. Keyata, how are you, sister? Miss Rosa, how are you? You good? Next already? That's the way to do it. Me, I release a single every week, so the next is like this is the daily life for me. Yeah. Yeah, so in terms of health, this is what I have. So now I'm getting ready for traveling. So I'm traveling with my wife, my sister-in-law, and my daughter. So that's a lot of people. And this is this pandemic situation is showing how much people are cynical and how humans will create a racket out of everything. I will check it out. I think Buddy talked to me about something like that, but I'll make sure I will write it down. Thank you. Whether you believe, whatever is your belief of how this started, who started it, was it the animals, was it just virus rolling around the air and humans discovering them, whatever you believe, and whether you believe that this vaccine is effective or not, or whatever is your stance on this, if one thing is certain is how much humans will create business and ways to racket money out of the pockets of other people in these situations. And it's really when you want to travel then that you realize how everybody is making sure that they take money out of your pocket out of every possible step of the way. So I know in France it's different. Here in Portugal, the racket is amazing. You cannot travel without doing a test. So the test is what? You take a fucking Q-tip, put it in your nose, cost you 100 euros per head. It's 4 of us, that's 400 euros. Okay. Then, so I have a French passport, but because of family ties, let's say, I have a permanent visa for Congo. My daughter has French nationality, and my wife and her sister are about to be Portuguese, but they are still Guinea-Bissau. Embassy of Congo is asking 200 euros per person to do their visa. Wow. It's like, what do you think we're going to do? Anyway, so that's already 1,000 euros. Just Turkish flights, like, yeah, the tickets are not that expensive for real. Like, just like I'm paying 650 or 670 per person. So I'm paying around 2,000 and something, 2,600 for everybody. Plus I had the tickets from December that I didn't use, that I got another. So I got my ticket and my daughter's ticket for free. So I just had to pay 1,300 for my wife and my sister-in-law. So all in all, that was okay. The day before, the Bitcoin went up to 60,000. And when I saw it went to 60,000, I took 0.0 something out of my Bitcoin stash. And that was 1,300 that I needed. And I just put it in my Revolut account, and I paid those tickets for that. So all in all, it's okay in terms of the tickets. But then you like, wait a minute, how you want 100 euros to put a Q-tip and just test it? Like, this should cost, I understand, I don't say that, I know there's some countries, like in France, for example, it's free. So the government is paying for everything. But, you know, I understand that people have to get paid for their work. If the test was, I don't know, if visa for Congo was $60 per person, I understand. Papras, whatever. But these $200 that you have to give in cash, trust me, I'm gonna have like I need proof, documents, these, that. I need a receipt, and everything is going to my accountant, so I can put it as an expense. But I don't mind paying a visa 35, 40, but 100? So it means that whenever you go somewhere, you have to pay. And then when you arrive in Congo, they decide out of nowhere that once you land in the ground, you have to pay $50 per person in Congo for COVID testing. You don't have to get tested. If you don't want to get tested, it's okay. But you still have to pay $50. So you can have your proof. Yeah, I did my test just before coming. There it is. That's my test. They don't give a damn. They're like, hey, $50 per person. So, and this racket of the Congolese airport didn't start now. They had this. How do we call this? They had something that they call the Go Pass that they did when they completely renewed the airport, and they made we had the new airport. So they were like, hey, you know, everybody's gonna pay, so we're gonna have this. It's like a tax that you have to present in front of the plane. You have to pay $50 so you can access the plane, and this can pay the new airport. Okay, so everybody paid. But once the airport was done, for another 20 years or 15 years, you still had to pay. And they paid themselves a long time, but that's how they do. And that's the beautiful thing to me with humans, is how they always find a way to create a racket out of everything. So yeah, that's where I am. I'm looking for. I found out actually that if you go to the Portuguese Red Cross, they have locations in Lisbon that you can get vaccinated for 60 euros instead of 100. So actually, I would, my cost would go down from 400 to 200 and 240. So I booked there as well. I also booked in the normal place, but I'll see if I can get those things out there. It's okay. We also have a pharmacy that does. I found out today that there's a pharmacy. They do the test for 35 euros, but these ones are not. You cannot use them to travel. In Congo, you cannot use them. So, all in all, just in like with what I'm gonna pay in terms of the racket from the Congolese embassy, plus the racket from the testing, plus I could just with this I could pay another 2 people. I could bring another 2 people with me, But I guess it is what it is. What you mean, mon image est sombre? Wait a minute. Let me look at I'm coming to your comment. Listen. Here the test is free only if it's the SNS, which is the health organization. If they send you to do a test and they give you an appointment at the date that they choose, then it's free. But if you do for your own reason, mainly for traveling, boom, you have to pay 100. And yeah, listen, they've been making a ton of money. They've been making a ton of money. Telling you. Mon image n'est pas sombre. C'est ton téléphone. Mon image est exactement comme je veux qu'elle soit. Elle est un peu moins, tu vois, je pourrais la rendre plus. Let me see. Could, well, nah. Perfect. Look like a music video. I had the test done at work and you need new sample. Needs new sample. What the hell? Yeah, but at least it's free. You know? That's crazy. That's crazy. And the president, the thing he said was that if you are from Congolese descent and you have the same name as your father, you should not need a visa. So that was something he announced, and I don't know if it's effective or no. But don't worry. Tomorrow I'm at the embassy. I'm gonna ask a lot of questions, and I'm gonna make sure that this guy is not trying to make me pay the double, because I know how my brothers are. Everybody loves to cry on, oh, Africans, oh, the Europeans are, oh my God. The Africans are the first to fuck the Africans, because it's just a survival game. Same in Benin, but not for the visa, just to get in. 150 for the test at the airport. What the hell? Yo. So wait a minute. So you do your test, and then when you get in, you have to pay 150. I'm telling you, these people, they are the kings at inventing ways to put money in their pockets. And they always wanted cash, so that the person who you are paying is putting probably half of it in his pocket. This shit is crazy. Yeah, here, of course, the Red Cross is charity, etc. But for the test, yeah, they charge. It's a business. I'm telling you, whatever your stance is on the vaccines, the origins of the pandemic, the all this, people will find a way to make money. The people who make masks made money. The people who sell alcoholic gel made money, and the people who are testing you, they make money. If you don't pay for free for you, it means the government is paying them. But there's a lot of people who made millions during 2020, and they're still making a ton of money. That's a certainty. That's crazy. 100 for a test? Yeah, that's abuse. What up, Nadia? How are you? Tell these people. Look at this. So many people watching. 100 people have already passed by. 120 people. And I only have 10 likes. Can you imagine, Nadia? What are we gonna do, Nadia? I don't know. Here in Canada, they don't let children born here get out of the country without a visa. Get out of the country without a visa? Wow. Yo. I'm telling you, that shit is crazy. Yeah. Everybody here. Another 6 likes. I'm waiting. Don't worry, I'm waiting. 60 € le visa plus 150 le test à l'aéroport. Si tu ne payes pas, tu n'es pas pris en charge par le médecin. That's crazy. So, ouais, 200. Moi, ça fait 300 en tout par personne. 100 for the test, 200 for the visa. That shit is crazy. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna put you moderators. You can ban everybody that didn't put a like. What the hell? And there's something very interesting with all the vaccine situation, because it has this geopolitic thing where the Chinese have a vaccine. They have 2 vaccines. The Russians have a vaccine, but the Europeans they act like if those vaccines are not effective, when at the same time, like, people are tired of staying at home. People are in their last, like, especially when you see some countries like Israel, like the US, like Texas is reopening everything. People are getting, the US have vaccinated 25% of the population. So they're like, the president says said that by 4th of July, everybody can do cookouts and barbecue outside or in the streets with their neighbors. And in some other countries, you still, like in France, for example, probably tomorrow they're going back, sending everybody back home, because now that they have all these shenanigans and the media did all these drama on the AstraZeneca, and everybody had a knee-jerk reaction. How you gonna have enough vaccine to supply to the people if you are hesitant on one vaccine? You should have done all your checks before. So yeah, so we have the American vaccine now, the Johnson & Johnson, which is it's a brand that, I mean, they had their problems, but it's a reputable brand, and they have the new vaccine, and their vaccine you only need 1 shot. So, and there's another 10 companies that are saying they're coming out with their vaccine, because we're talking about billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars of all the countries that need to reopen, because you're not gonna keep people trapped in their house for another full year. Like, nobody will accept, in my opinion. My mom took the test, and the guy saw a booger on the Q-tip, and the guy was like, "What the, what the heck?" Wait a minute. But ain't your mom vaccinated already? Why she need tests? I'm telling you. They just changed the 6th rule in the schools in New York City to 3 feet to allow more kids in the classroom. So what's the 6 feet rule. Yeah, they're trying to go back to a normal life, because this is like, no government can sustain this, keeping everything closed forever. Like, people are gonna rebel. Like, they know, like, even the economy, like, all these people that lost their restaurants, that lost their businesses, that lost their bars, their nightclubs, their livelihood, they're not gonna accept another year of uncertainty. They're gonna be like, hey, listen, you know what? We'll be outside, and whatever happens, happens. Peace. But I have to pay $180 for the visa, Canadian, and then $200 for the test, and $50 for the test in USA, in DRC per person. Listen, that's crazy. Same thing for me. I'm gonna have to pay So that's so for me. No visa for me, but I'm gonna have to pay. So free visa 600, for test 400, plus another 200 of when I arrive there. Racket. Plus, once you get out the airport and you get in your car and you're waiting for your luggage, you're gonna have all the shigay coming at your car, thinking you're their dad, and yo, Kaysha, président Kaysha, où est notre argent, Kaysha. And so you're gonna have to give $20, $30, whatever, because all these other artists, they got them used to that. And I mean, understand, listen, I used to fight against that, but then I realized, like, okay, listen, what is $20? Just prepare $20 so that, you give to your driver, they share. And yeah. Are you aware of this mana COVID by the Congolese scientist Flaubert, who has apparently passed away? I think I read something about it, but I don't remember. But I heard like a little bit of it, but I'm not sure. What up, Lil Maro? What up, bro? I'm looking for one of your songs, maybe from 2006, but I can't find it anywhere. The chorus of the song is, I will do everything you like if you want to come back to me. Nigga, I have no idea. Go listen to all my albums. Oh my God. I don't think she wanted to take one. I think she wanted to just go and put some boogers on those Q-tips. Ici, il fait déjà 26 degrés. People are on the beach already. People are like, nah. Actually, we are out of confinement since Monday. My daughter is back to school. Things are getting a little bit back to normal because we've been 2 months in confinement. So, Damn. Well, let's see. I'm still trying to figure out how the COVID missed all the BLM protesters over the summer in New York City and across the country. Oh, listen. Yep. Replace one problem with another problem that's bigger. Yep. You have your solution here. Well, listen. This is me about to travel. So listen, you have to see the back of this jacket. Listen, look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Sorry, I had to brag. I love my designs. I'm not bad at all. What else in the news? I have no idea what's like. Okay. Before I go to the thing I finally escaped, let me show you a little bit of what I've been doing in some shada wear news and some shadaya. So this is my new. I ship worldwide, bro. I mean, I say bro, believe you can, could be a woman. So I shoot worldwide, bro or sis, king or queen. So in terms of NFTs, so non-fungible tokens, I started my digital art gallery, as I told you last week, and I got some very nice product. Some paintings. I've been doing some digital painting. Thank you so much. This is the with the old flag, and I have here the a reminder of the new flag. But then I'm gonna also do the blue one with the new flag. And then I'm gonna start doing the other countries. This is my latest painting. So it's available on it's for sale on shada.com. So this is called The King is Dead. I know it. See? I know it. I felt it. What do you do, Brother Malcolm? At the same time, congratulations for our song, which is a hit. And yeah, I know you are grieving, so you know, hey, I'm with you for tomorrow. So this is my new painting. The King is Dead. And so yeah, it's available on my art gallery. You can go to shadaya.com. Let me put it in the chat. Shadaya.com. And it will take you to where you can see the rest of my work. And you know, what else is in news? Shadaware we have as well. We have, oops, I have to unlock this. There you go. We also have so Lil Maro received his Club Shada hat. So that's the camouflage in gold. That's the one he received. Beautiful. Actually, I don't even have that one. The one I have is this one. I have this one and I have a blue one, but I don't. Do I have the camouflage one? Maybe I do. No, I don't have. I have the BLM in camouflage, but I'm gonna get me one of these ones. Well, I'm not in focus camera. There you go. So a new release is the Flame of Zaire jacket that I'm gonna remove because I'm gonna liquefy if I don't remove it. Oh. We also have the Hamza hand. That's not new, but it's also available in the store. Sorry. We also have one of our new beautiful model. Who recognized this beautiful lady? You can look at the lips. You're gonna know who it is. Yeah. This is Rosa Fly. Rosa Fly received her Club Shada black and white T-shirt. She loves it. She said that she loves the quality, which is good, you know. Huh? There you go. There she is. So this is Rosa wearing our Club Shada T-shirt, and she sent me a set of beautiful photos. I posted everything on the Shadaware Instagram. So if you follow Shadaware on Instagram, you can find it. And yeah, love those pictures. I also want to remind everybody that the Malcolm Beats and Kaysha EP is out. It's called Lavender Tulips. It's available in all the platforms. It is the song Lavender Tulips is really a banger. Like, I've been receiving praises out there everywhere. A lot of people are telling me, yo, the king is back. I'm like, I've been releasing singles every week. How am I back? Been releasing one song every week since August of last year. Even when I had COVID, I couldn't breathe. I was still releasing songs, and I'm back only now. People. All Club Shada, let's meet in Paris. A meetup. Yeah, listen, we should do this after the pandemic. We do a Club Shada all together live. But wait a minute, if we all together live, who's gonna watch? Or we do a Club Shada pre-recorded. But listen, when I come back from Congo, we'll be ready for episode 100. Okay, let me finish with the news and then we're gonna talk about this. And also the new single Kaysha, Tony Sad, Makita, and Top One Frisson called Kitoko. Also a new banger. So yeah, go cop them out. A lot of great things. Yeah, listen. Episode 100, I want to do an episode where I put open access. I put the link and everybody can come, but you're gonna be in video. So I don't know what we'll talk about. Maybe we'll remember things. Who knows? But you know, we'll do something. I was speaking with my best friend Kiata, and I was speaking with her Marcy, and I was telling her that first thing I do once I can travel freely is I'm going to Miami, I'm going to New York. So I will definitely do Club Shada in New York from an Apple store, from Apple Store 5th Avenue. I don't know. I need to find a good Wi-Fi, because like Wi-Fi in hotels in New York is a nightmare. So I have to find a place where I have a good Wi-Fi that I can use to do my live, and I will do a Club Shada from New York. So this is one instance that if you're around, and maybe we can do it in Marcy's studio. I don't know if she's still. I know she had a radio show on radio, so maybe we could do it there. But now she works at iHeart, so I have to see if she definitely can find me a place where I can shoot my Club Shada. So, but a thing that I would love to do is Club Shada with a live audience. So like in a small place, a bar, and pre-recorded, and we do the same thing but with a live audience. I mean, that would be strange, because for the last the first time ever where I performed with a microphone in front of a crowd was in 1992. So 92, 2002, 2012. So it's gonna be almost 30 years. So I've been performing, singing for people for 30 years. So I don't have a problem with being in front of people, but it would be strange to be in front of people and not sing, just be sitting and talking. But that's an amazing experience, actually. So I would love to do that, like Club Shada in a bar, and have like maybe not live, you just do it pre-recorded where everybody's there in the audience and you're just there talking about things, and the people are here, and then we all eat together, have a drink together. That could be cool. That could be super cool. Tu as toujours été comme ça, tu faisais des instrus tous les jours et même après les shows. C'est vrai. You know. Club Shada in the McDonald's. Nah. Come on. I'm a little refined. I'm levels, bro. Newark. Yeah. The Wi-Fi in Newark is strong. The whole city was rewired. Nice. Yeah, listen, I'm telling you, like, my best friend she's in Newark. She actually just got a job for something about art in Newark. I forgot what she told me, but I don't have. Wait, let me see what she told me. But it was something about Newark, and then she got on top of iHeart. She has this new job where she's what is she saying? She was interviewing Radiga and Mr. Knowles. No, not this. We have too much conversation, but there's something about art in Newark where she's gonna be she's now the person who handles or who runs the. She used to run all the events at the Newark there's a park somewhere in front of the water or something like that. I know that she was doing that, and now there's something about art, and she's into it. But I'm gonna ask her. It's better. Maybe I will tell her to come here and be. I love the lightning. I love how I feel like in the back. I'm gonna do an episode about how to do a great live show, because I guess I'm after 96 episodes. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Toronto, maybe Dubai. Come on. You can sing, I'll do background vocals. Yeah. Yes. New Jersey Performing Arts Center has nice and that's where she works. I think that's where she's doing something. And she was working with the mayor or something. She even did the interview with the mayor. I have to check out, but she does so many things. So yeah, I mean, listen, whenever this thing is behind us or under control, or we are living with it, whatever happens, whatever the case, I'll make sure that I do club shout from outside. I'm leaving on the 27th, so that's in 9 days. Before I leave, I'm gonna give myself 2 days where I only tweak all the songs, select all the tracks of my album. I commissioned an artist in Congo to do a cover. I want a cover art for the album that has an idea that I have. So I wanted somebody to draw everything. But yeah, it's been 2 months. I've been waiting, and yeah, the guy has 1,000 excuses, but my artwork is not ready. So I might just, well, since I'm going to Kinshasa, I might just commission somebody else. So I'll see what I'm gonna do about that. But yeah, the album will be probably finished by the time I come back. We'll just end up uploading everything and deciding the 50 songs that I'm putting in this album, because I probably have around 70 songs. So I'm just gonna have to choose and use everything for compilations, everything. But I'm in a great problem. My problem is I have too much songs. So that's an amazing problem to have. Miami as well. Yeah, the riverfront. Yeah, I have to ask her. She told me something that she just got hired for this new thing, so yeah, I will for sure. She's the best person ever. I'm in Miami every year. Normally, only 2020 that I haven't been in Miami. Normally, every year, I'm in Miami. I'm on South Beach chilling. I do my walks on the side of the beach, etc., etc. So that's first thing I do once I have it's clear, and yeah. So another thing before we go to tonight's subject, you know that my daughter goes to school in the morning, so now I have to try to be a little more concise, which I'll try. So I talked to you last week about the fact that I could avoid watching the Meghan and Harry interview, and these last 2 days, since I was not feeling too well, I actually slept a lot, and I think I was just deprived of sleep. I just needed to sleep. So I slept like 2 days in a row, just been sleeping, not doing anything. I was like, normally I'm a workaholic. I didn't sometimes I was like, no computer, no working, no mixing, no, not even like the small thing that I can do I was just in bed. And so I watched a lot of reactions from and I watch a lot of the Meghan and Harry interview. a lot of Meghan and Harry interview. So I watched a lot of it. And then I watched a lot of the reactions to it. I got my own opinion on what it is. I touched a little bit on it last episode. And I gotta say that, it is very interesting what we are seeing nowadays, because when an information arrives to people, they tend to have their own bias, of course, but they tend now, and even more than ever today, because everybody is divided in tribes that just believe what they believe, and the information that arrives is viewed from the prism of what they believe. And if you are woke, BLM, feminist, etc., when you receive the information of that interview, I'm telling you, bro, I'm telling you, the soldiers in front, if you are part of that group, so you receive that information and boom, directly, because you are in your combat, your fight against the system and the oppression and the things that you believe in, and your comeback, that is just. But it seems that nowadays, nobody wants to even believe or to even have the conversation to be like, can a victim, or can somebody that claims that she's a victim in the media, can that person lie? This question is a question that, like, nobody wants to, everybody's scared to ask this question nowadays, because every camp has words that they use to prevent conversation and exchange of contradictory opinions to exist. Words like racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, all these words are weaponized. And you have this camp, and you have the other camp where they're septic, and they're like their royals. And what is interesting in this whole thing is that me, I like to have my first gut feeling, but then I like to, before I talk or before I give my opinion, I like to first of all have conversation with different people who believe, people who don't, and watch different videos from people who, not people who are just, I try to see different videos from different people. And I saw videos from people who are body language experts, some people who are psychologists, some people who are for the crown, and some others that are for Harry and Meghan. And what I found very interesting is that there's a kind of, the conversation that they put themselves into, and personally I believe it's a mistake, the strategy that they had, and I understand what they do. They're looking for leverage for the negotiation that they are doing with the crown, and I guess in the end, seems like, okay, forget my opinion. the Americans are an individualist and empathic people. There are people there. Yeah, there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of everything is based on the emotion. So if somebody comes to the TV and says, I felt harassed, or I felt victimized, or I felt racism, or I felt all the magic words, the people who are in the woke culture, the people who are in the progressive culture, all these people, the people who are fighting for a certain ideal, will not try to think. They will just take you and add you to their message, and they will be like, oh my God. And it's very interesting because this interview was done by somebody who is part of those people. She's like the queen of those people. And then after that, Gayle King, all this is the same crew. It's the same crew of people. So, and we cannot say that those people don't have an agenda as well. Which doesn't mean that whatever she felt didn't happen. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that because it's your words against the other part, who knows? You see what I mean? What do, Tatiana? And so on the other side, so you have the people, the empathic, like it's actually every American media, American video that I saw, everybody was, and everybody that is black, like, oh yes, yeah, see, I told you they were all racist, and everybody's going back to slavery and all these things, and yeah, everybody's putting those Legos inside of the narrative that fits them, that they like. And so on that side, you have all these people, empathic, all the Americans. So yeah, it fits in the narrative of the feminists. It fits in the narrative of the BLMs. It feels in the narrative of the people who believed in the princess that went to those people, and she was black, and oh my God, the color of the skin of the, like, listen, my wife is 50% Russian, Belarusian. My mother-in-law is blonde, blue eyes, and my father-in-law is from Guinea-Bissau. My grandfather on my mother's side was Portuguese, and my grandmother is on my mother's side. She's light skinned. I don't even know what is her thing. I think she has some Italian and stuff. And then on my father's side, it's 100% Bantu, Congo. So my mother is a light skinned, beautiful woman. My mother-in-law is a white, beautiful woman. My wife is mixed, 50-50. Beautiful woman. And me, I'm a beautiful 75% Congolese, 25% Portuguese. Even if all my light skin, I just decided to be chocolate. When my daughter was about to be born, we had a conversation like, do you think she's gonna have blue eyes? Do you think she's gonna have straight hair? Do you think she's gonna have, do you think she's gonna come out Puerto Rican? Is she gonna look like a Pasadena? Is she gonna look like one of her cousins, which is very light skin but curly hair, crépus, straight hair? We don't know. And those conversations were had we had them between us, me and my wife. I had them with my mom, or my mom had them, or the grandma, who's white, also did this commentary. Like, this is not when you have genes that are coming from all these different cultures. Asking yourself these questions is not uncommon. It is something that happens in every mixture that you do. If you have a Asian, if your wife is Asian, or your husband is Asian, and you are from Jamaica, and you black, your kid can come out in so different forms. And you can have my sister, for example. She has 2 kids. The husband is very light skinned. He's half Portuguese. No, I think his father is like body. His father is 75% Portuguese and Congolese. And my sister is like me. And they had 1 kid that is exactly like my daughter. So kind of light caramel, plus the hair are like more African hair. And the son he had the skin of an Indian, brown, caramel brown, and with the hair like a white person, like more like a Portuguese person. So the hair are straight, curly. And if they have a third kid, it might come out completely different. So the context can vary. But when you put the bombshell in there, it's over. So telling you. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, facts are not interesting anymore for people. Episode 100, you can join. You will join. So it is true that those are conversations that you cannot talk about anymore when you have somebody who comes with her agenda as well, and then she reacts to, and there was this thing about the conversation about the color of the how his skin was going to be, and then you have Oprah that does, wait a minute, what? There you go, it's over. Then you have all the emotive Americans who are like, oh my God, racism, bombshell. And now everybody's talking about it and nobody wants to think anymore. But to me, so this morning, because I saw a lot of these videos about that, and this morning I had a few videos that had some very interesting takes, and it was takes from the English side. And very interestingly, a lot of people thought that after this, they would have, and because the world is like kind of, everybody think that we are in a world where everybody follows the Americans. Everybody thought that the whole world would be behind Meghan and Harry. And interestingly, in the news today in the UK, they said that in terms of opinions, Harry and Meghan in the UK, their ratings just dive. Everybody is like, yo, come on, like, you here with your little vendetta. That's not my opinion, that's what they're saying, huh? Are you here with your little vendetta when you have your grandmas? It's the queen, yes, but it's your grandma. And Prince Philip is at the hospital, and you're here pretending like if you are the only one who suffered from the loss of your mother, and But your other brother who decided to stick with what he is and to you know, you don't choose where you were born. You are born, but you still are the future king of this country. And I understand the view of the Americans, because a lot of the Americans in these talk shows and etc., they are seeing it from a point of view where America exists because they fought to become independent from the kingdom. So all these are ex-English people who now want to be this world of empath and individualists who see like they don't believe in nothing other than money and themselves. So religions in the US is less important than the number of followers you have on YouTube, Instagram, and the number of likes you create, or the number of the number of bitcoins that you have. That's America. And in America, money is everything. A woman will, not all of them, of course. I'm super generalizing, but you would hear a lot of these women of a certain kind, and all these rappers, these women rappers, they will explain to you that a guy that doesn't offer you a Birkin bag doesn't love you. If he doesn't have money, like, you know, if he didn't go to jail a little bit, like, this is, you know. But in the UK, everybody's like, yo, like, this is your, first of all, you are a millionaire, and everything you are is because of this, is because you were born in the blood of that family. And their press is not easy. But then there's a lot of people who are saying that, yo, look, like, they've been saying that the press have been horrible for them, but then they show the part where the press was good, and also the part where the press was bad. And a lot of the time where the press was, it was unfair with them, but that's the tabloids. It's the same thing in the US, you know, like, people invent stuff and then they go with it. And it feels like the opinion of these people in the UK, a lot of people in the UK that are now voicing their opinion and putting videos. Here is a video that I saw today. I was like, oh, that's an interesting take. They were saying this woman is a narcissist, and she found the perfect prey. She found somebody who's inside of a system, and he never liked the system. The system took his mom away from him, and I mean, that's how he feels it. But he still has to be part of the system because he was born in it. And then they started showing a lot of inconsistency in the things that they said in this interview. For example, when you had some people who met her before she met him that says, hey, you know, she said she was looking for a rich guy, and he had to be English. And some people saying that she's a social climber, and a lot of people are coming forward now, people who know her just before, and people from her past as well, who was in America, that says, oh, you know, when she don't need you anymore. And there was a video proving in every point how she's a narcissist, and how, first of all, she arrives and she pretends that she doesn't know nothing about him and nothing about his family. But listen, come on. I mean, okay, whatever. But then you have other people that says, come on, she's been a fan of his mom. Then they start showing a lot of pictures of her dressed like his mom. And I've been with a narcissist. So understand how they put their claws on you. First, they arrive and they come to your, they talk to your heart. And then they make you believe that you saved them. I heard that before. You saved me. And for you, all of a sudden, you're a hero. And then you have all these episodes to how we arrive there. It feels like it's a clash of cultures. She arrived, she found the weak link, and he was not taken, and she started pushing him away from his family. Like I told you last week, I can have every drama in my family. It will never be public, but not from me. I cannot public because the respect I have for my parents and my family name is more important than anything I go through. The things I go through, I can handle there. I can yell in the house. I can yell with my siblings and have my parents fix everything. But outside, people will never know. And I believe that this is what William thinks. And some of these people, they believe that she arrived, she found the right guy, she morphed herself into a kind of second coming of Lady Diana. And she dressed the same, she now wears, he offered her the things, and she just, and then after that, you become the victim of everything that doesn't work, especially when you're a narcissist. You want the things to work the way you want, and then you create all this narrative of suffering. And I'm not saying that there's no suffering. I'm just explaining to you what these people think. You create that narrative of suffering. Of course, like look at all these press articles. You only see the bad side of things. You want the monarchy to change for you. This is very American, because a lot of the people in America just believe that, just like the people in France, they believe that their way is the way, that they know right, they know another, they are progressive, things should be this way. And so you arrive there, you want to change everything, and every time things don't go your way, for example, there was this episode that they were showing of a lot of great videos that I've seen today. They were showing how there was Harry's cousin, Princess Caroline, I think. She was supposed to wear this diamond thing for her wedding, and it was reserved for her. She was supposed to be the first to wear it. And then Meghan arrived and she said, I want to wear this. And then the queen said, people said, no, it's not possible because he's going to be Princess Caroline. And then she threw a tantrum to Harry. And Harry just went to his grandma and she started throwing a tantrum and eyed his grandma. And grandma finally said, okay, yeah, you can use it. And all of a sudden, she used it before her. And on their point of view, here's somebody that is exerting a huge control on the perfect pigeon, like we say in Ivory Coast, and who is now pushing him away from his family, because now he's like, hey, everything is me. Narcissist, the perversion of the narcissist is this: everything is me. These people, they don't love you. They are your enemies. Look what they did to your mom. Da 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 da. Are you gonna let them do this to me as well? Boom, 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 boom. And then you go away. You go to the US. You make him decide. You make him believe that he's saving you and he's the hero. And then now that you're out there, you do this interview so that you can become. If you look at the interview, it's not about the couple. From their point of view, not mine. When you look at the interview, Harry arrives here and there, but it's more about her and how she feels. Don't forget that the person who's interviewing is the queen of the feminists, and everything that she says is going towards the American public. and giving this opinion to the American public that, I thought it was the UK dream. I thought I was Cinderella marrying my prince, but then I arrived there, and it was racism. And when she talk about the skin of her baby, like, she's a white, like she looks like Body. It's like if somebody came to Body and said, and she has a baby with a white person, and he has a baby with a white person. Body his mother is white, his father was 50-50 as well. So Body is the same thing. He's 70% white and 25% black. Even if he's very African in his thing, if he was there with his mom and he's the white friends of his mom, and they were having a conversation about, how do you think the kid would be, and he was like, I would look at him like, yeah, what? Like, in this thing where you use some words, people don't want to think anymore. And especially when you look at the kid, you're like, but then again, if you have, don't forget that there's the Netflix deal, the Spotify deal behind, and the people in America, they know how to make everybody talk about them, because that's how you build leverage, not only for the deals that you are about to sign. And I think we're talking about a 100 million deal, and I think Oprah already made around $11 million from selling this interview to the different channels who want to play it. And this is leverage against the family as well, because there's a fight here when she wants to they didn't leave the royal family. They are still royals. They just went from senior member to a little less things, right? And so you arrive here, and when you have this, it's like you put some of your cards, and now you want to come to the table of negotiation with the kingdom, with the opinion behind you. So I believe that they have the American opinion behind them. And when I say the American opinion, I think I saw the Breakfast Club, I saw all these people, they are saying exactly what I thought they would say. But in the UK, I think it didn't go how they thought, because most people are, so wait a minute, this woman comes from out there. She just arrived in our place, in our tradition of X hundred years, and she said, all this is old. Fuck all your tradition. I want things to go my way. I'm American. Ba 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 ba. And it's not going so well with some people. And mind you, the videos that I saw are not only from white UK people. Some were black, some were Indians. And they were like, people in the UK are more saying she's a narcissist, and she took our prince and she's controlling the guy, and she's making him think that he saved her. But yeah. So, hey, the two conversations were interesting. The 2 points of view are interesting, and the truth might be in the middle. Who knows? Who knows? What really was the purpose of the interview anyway? Oprah is always trying to ruin people's life by publicizing drama. Yep, listen. they're turning their lives into a reality show. And that's sad because, I mean, if I had, that's me personally. Everybody do how they do. If I had a wife that was from, I don't know, listen, my wife was born in Minsk, in Belarus, but I think by the time she was 1 or 2 years old, I don't remember, her mom took her to Guinea-Bissau because she went back to meet her husband. And then she went to the Quranic school. She was raised in the Muslim part of the country. So she was raised in Africa until she was 18. And when she was 18, she came here. And I met her like 2 years after. So when I met her, she was completely, I'm actually more white European in my way of thinking than her. My wife is full African, even if she's half, and her religion is at the same time the Muslim from her father, and at the same time the Catholic Orthodox from her mother, and she just follows both. She's way more in tune with the African ways that my father likes than me. Since the age of 7, I was in France, and then I was in Portugal. I've been living for the last 40 years. I've been living in Europe, and I'm a pure European. I'm a pure product of Europe, even if I have the richness of traveling and etc. I think more like a European than an African. And but I still have a lot of respect for the tradition of my parents and the ways. There's some things that my parents don't accept, that I wouldn't go and I wouldn't let a woman come to my life and go and shit on all that. Let's say, yeah, and we want to get married, and let's say all her life she was in Russia, and now she just arrived from Russia. She comes here, we go to Congo, and all of a sudden she views a lot of our ways archaic, and she decides, yeah, I'm gonna change all this. I'm gonna look at her, I'm gonna be like, yo, slow down, my nigga. No. Unless she comes like somebody came to me once. Nobody ever loved me the way you love me. You saved me. And all of a sudden, you have the wings and you're a hero. You saved me. Save me from these people. And boom. And all of a sudden, everything you see is in the prism of that person, and you don't realize that the person is controlling you. And anybody who tells you something negative about the girl is your enemy. Even your brother. Happened to me. I've been there. And at the end of that, I was like, wow. Like, I could go back to my relationship and look back, and I know exactly when I fucked up. I know exactly when I fell in the trap. I know exactly. Because I remember exactly the things that were said to me that put me in a belief that the things I was doing was for the greater good. I was saving somebody. I was removing her from a life that she hated, and etc. And I really believed in that. And then when it was over, and I met some mutual friend, and I was like, oh, but she told me this, and then this is why, I saved her from that. They look at me and they start laughing. They're like, other girls, they were like, she told you that? And that's when you're like, oh my God, like, I didn't even take the time to think and ponder, wait a minute, am I really saving her? Am I this, am I that? No, The pussy was too good. She was too beautiful. I was just in there. Yes. You saved me. Yes. Let's fly together to the paradise. And by the time you realize that you are just with somebody who's a narcissistic and it just found your flaw. She just found that, yeah, you like to save people, you like to see yourself as, and they come exactly how you need. And they pretend that, yeah, oh no, I never listened to your music before. And listen, I saw some interviews of Meghan, and I'm not saying that I don't believe her. I don't know. I think most people, instead of judging her, should say to themselves, we don't know. It could be this, it could be that. And form their opinion with time, because time will tell. But when she says, oh no, listen, I don't know nothing about them or his family, I didn't Google them. Sis, please. Like, and I heard those phrases. No, listen, I don't know nothing about your music. Oh, you sing? Oh. And in a way, the reason why you fall in love with that person is because you're like, oh my God, somebody that is not for me because of my fame. Somebody that is for me, and she's not for my fame. She's not with me for my money. She's not with me for my family's money. She doesn't know me. And she doesn't care. And now she says, oh, you saved me. And perfect. And by the time you believe that you found what you looked for all your life, that's when the shit begins. That's when the person is only creating problems. And by the moment you are in the middle of the forest, that's when you realize you're all alone, because you cut the ties with everybody that was your ally, your real allies, the people that were with you from years and years ago. She made sure to cut them, all of them. And the only people she let inside are the people that are your allies that she also hypnotized. And so when you talk about the situations, the people that are supposed to be your angel and your devil, who are giving you the unpopular opinions, they are defending the person. They're like, no, but but da. And they're blind as well. And I remember at that time, I was talking about her, my best friend Marcy. When we were on the phone, she was yelling to me, fuck her, no, I want to take a plane and come kick her ass, that she wants to have a cake and eat it too, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I had all the excuses of the world for that person. And yeah, by the time I opened my eyes, I lost 3 years of, there was a lot of good things, but I realized that I sacrificed a lot of things for the narcissism of that person. And that person just was into the show off, and the person was pursuing power, because the narcissist is not in the pursuit of love. The narcissist is in the pursuit of power. It's not power in terms of politics, in terms of power on the people. The narcissists like to know that they are always front and center, light beam on them, and when they don't like something, you make things happen so that the thing don't go. And there's some very interesting videos that I saw about that subject, about that situation. that really made me remember some situations. And I was talking about this with Buddy earlier on, and he was also talking about a ex of his, and he was like, wow, yeah, fuck, the guy is, and he and listen, you can see what you want to see, you know. It's just like when you talk to all the Black Americans about Kanye and Kim, everybody's saying that, oh, this is the Kardashian curse, da 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 da. It's always the fault of Kim. And when you look at from my point of view, you're like, no, he's been doing some crazy stuff, and she just had it up to here. And listen, they have 4 kids. I'm sad for her. I'm not sad for him. I mean, I'm sad for them as a family, but again, I'm not inside. But it feels to me that he's been pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and at a point she's like, yo, no, I can't anymore. Like, look at this house. Like, we have to live in houses with no furniture, where everything is white, immaculate, and this and that, and blah blah blah. I live in Wyoming in a fucking ranch when I like to be in Calabasas and in front. Like, maybe she was like, can't do this anymore, bro. Like, you are just up there. You think you are the second coming of Jesus. You do shows when you stay talking for hours. You insult my mom. You insult this. You insult that, and then everybody keep giving you a pass. So you just think that, yeah. And then every time you just reinvent yourself until the next shit you do. And she might be like, I can't anymore. I can't anymore. I didn't sign up for this. Like, it was because of love, because of this, because of that. But nah, I'm sorry. So it's very interesting. You know, indeed, Nadia. A European will never want to be an African except who you are. I have no idea what you're saying. So I know some Europeans who were born in Africa and are more African than me. I know some people, their parents were in Congo for the last 40 years, and they were born 30 years ago in Congo, and they never been outside, or they speak Lingala better than me, and if you ask them, they are Africans. So what you say makes no sense. You see what I mean? It's not a question of, the problem with what you are saying is that you want to put your point of view and force it to the whole world. We are all different, and we all come from different walks of life, and we all are where we are. If you, like me, if you lived in many different countries, you at a point you become a little bit of everything. But if most of your life was in Paris speaking French, then yeah, you are a French person. This is your territory, this is your nationality, and your origins might be something different, but what you became. And then my daughter will speak Portuguese and Russian way more than she will speak Lingala, because we live in Portugal and she was born here and she has a French passport. So what she's gonna be is not dictated by what you think that is an African or is not. An African is not listen, like, you have some people, like I said, they are from Lebanon, but they are third generation born in Africa, and they don't even see why they would be elsewhere, and they actually marrying Congolese now. They are now mixing themselves, and then you're gonna have Chinese in a few generations that are gonna be this. And it is a complete mistake to come to what a person is just with ideology and ethnicity. It is a mistake, because even right now in all our countries, you're gonna have people who are Americans, because let's say black people, You're gonna have people that are Americans because they are descendant of slaves. You're gonna have people who are Americans because their parents arrived last generation and they've been here, their family been here for 40 years and they were born there, but they were born in a Congolese environment. Their parents are Congolese, they understand Lingala and stuff, but they are more American because they only know America. They might never have been to Congo. And then you have some Congolese that just arrived in America 2 years ago and they just had a visa and they arrive and they've been in Congo for 20 years and they just arrived the last 2 years they've been in America. Those people are more Congolese than American because they are adapting to a new space with new ways of new cultures. But all of them are black and all of them come from Africa. But the Americans, the black Americans, a lot of them consider themselves more American than African. And those who they know their parents are from their origin country, but they were born there or they arrived early, like me. They're more attached culturally to the where they were born or where and who are their friends. Or they can also attach themselves more to where they came from and they were like, I can't wait to go back. It depends from one person to another. And then you have those who just arrive. And those, they've been there all their life, so they are the ones that are more Congolese than us. And you cannot, a lot of people come and they come with their belief and they want to force their belief in the throat of people and they say, accept who you are. Well, no, you have to accept who I am. I don't have to you cannot force me into what you think I am. That is also a good point. Heritage and cultural assimilation play a role in individual collectivist identity. Yeah, that's actually what I was just talking about. I understand that Harry is trying to protect his wife from whatever happens on his family. True, I do agree as well. It's normal at a point. It's your wife. That's the woman you love. But it should have a limit of what can be shared. They are a family at the end of the day. Yeah, then like I said, it really depends of how you fit in that family. And two children might not fit the same way in the same family. William seemed to be, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have frustration. But for example, the fact that Harry spoke for him, saying that he's trapped, him and my father are trapped inside of the system. He's speaking for them. That's disrespectful. You don't know, like, maybe they spoke together and they were like, fuck this system. Maybe, but you cannot come and speak for the others because people are respecting your truth and it is your truth. You might have suffered and these things might also bring memories, but you might also be manipulated by a person. Who knows? Or that person can just be, I know some people in their head, they live a story in a way and they feel threatened when sometimes it might just be a joke. And some joke were funny 20 years ago, they're not funny anymore today. Just because it's the same joke, but the culture is different and the people became super sensitive now. To give you an example, I'm just gonna move on this subject, but there was this, I was commenting on something, I was commenting about music on my friend's channel. And here in France, in my days, in the 90s, for us in the 90s, in the hip hop, and we use something that is called verlan, which is putting words backwards. So, for example, if you want to say femme, you say meuf, which is, so you want to say, I'm with my girl, So instead of saying je suis avec ma femme, you say je suis avec ma meuf. And it means, so it's just fameux, meufeux. And you say meuf. Or for example, instead of say the black people, les noirs, we say les renois, which is noir, renoir. And me, when I speak in French, I'm used to speak like that because I always spoke like that, right? So I was commenting about Jay-Z, Kanye West, and Beyonce. So I had nothing to do with the subject, right? And I put my subject, I say, oh, and I say, yeah, but nowadays black people are like this. And that's a comment. And so I was commenting in French, and I say, ouais, mais les Renois, ils pensent que nanana, whatever. One person replies to my comment, and she's not replying about what I'm saying. She's replying to me in big letters, noir. Like I have to say black people instead of say que blanc. I have to say black because that's how she speaks, and she decided for whatever all her activist people want to redefine vocabulary as well, and they decided that now saying Renoir is offensive when it's just saying one word in reverse. That's all it is. And yeah, she just replies to me. On dit, we say noir. And I reply to her in big letters, Renoir. And now she replies to me, oh, it's not my fault if you have no education. And me, I'm like, who's this 16-year-old who's there in the YouTube comments talking to me, and why am I giving her time? And I just replied to her, listen, I don't care how you talk. I talk how I talk, and this has nothing to do with the subject. So bye. And then she tried to reply something else, blah 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 blah, and I just stopped replying. I did what I do on YouTube in this case when I know I'm talking with idiots. I just went and I muted all notification from that person, and whatever she replied to me, I will never see it anymore, because that's the kind of things that we have to deal with today. And I don't remember what I was talking about. But in this whole situation, we come with these people who are in one activism, and a lot of people have an agenda. And I'm not saying it's a bad agenda, but sometimes they are just pushing this agenda in everything, and they want to change everything to how they see, and they refuse to see it, and to refuse to accept that other people might have different point of views, and different point of views don't mean that the facts are different or that the truth is different. It just means that if the truth is here and we are all looking from different places, we might see the same thing differently. If I say it all the time, if I'm showing you this, it's black on this side, and it's like this, it's gold on that side, and you are here, you might tell me, no, it's gold, and I'm looking for here, I'm like, no, it's black. But you have the people who used to be minorities, in opinions, right? With the social media and the Twitters and things, and the cancel culture and the outrage culture, they are abusing of this outrage and of a lot of things. And we might arrive to a point, I don't know what will happen, but I know how I feel, and it might just be me. But usually when I feel something, it kind of trickles down to the rest of society at a point. We might arrive to a point where people become insensitive to all the outrage that you have those people putting all the time, and all the, for example, the first time that I saw a movie, it was a Marvel movie, and you have that scene when there's a big fight, and all of a sudden you have 5-6 women superhero fighting together, and all of a sudden there's like music, then ba, 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 and you have like all the you have Captain Marvel and me, Wonder Woman, and this and that, and the sister of Shuri of a Black Panther, and you have all of them fighting at the same time together, and then you have a slow motion shot of them walking. The first time I saw it, I was like, yeah, you know. But after 20 movie, seeing the exact scene all the time, I'm like, guys, like, can we go back to focusing on great stories instead of political agendas? Even if I understand we want inclusion, we want to have more Black people, more gay people, more trans, more this in our movies. I'm not really watching movies for that. I'm not against. I just want to watch my movies, and I don't mind sometimes, but I don't want all the times. Like, you see what I mean? Like, and there are great debates about this that are interesting, where people think that every Black person wants James Bond to be Black, for example, or the next. Everybody was like this. We want Idris Elba to be the next James Bond. I don't, because for me, I understand 007 can be anybody, right? But the hero can be as he was intended by the author, and I understand why they do Ghost in the Shell, and they could do an Asian person because it was always a Japanese movie. For me, who I've seen 4 or 5 James Bond, they're always been white people. I mean, if it's a Black guy, I don't mind. I don't care. But it's not something that I want people to force on people. You see what I mean? They can go from the Daniel, sorry, I forgot his name, to another guy. I don't mind. Could be Idris Elba. I don't mind as well. But I don't think they have to, like, to see, hey, look. No, I don't think they have to. They could do 008 and start a new one with a Black guy, or create a new franchise and make it live and become popular, and do like 10, 20 episodes, and year after year push it, instead of taking heroes that already exist and changing their colors. And I understand what they are trying to do, but at the same time, if you are 20 years old and you don't care about the things from the past because you were too young, you don't see from that point of view. But when you are almost 50, you're like, what are you doing with my memories? But it's an interesting conversation, and when I have my opinions, I never come with opinions that are just, this is my opinion and I will never accept something else. I come with opinions of, I mean, you don't have to force your opinion to me, but you can give me your opinion, and you can change my opinion, because I never come from a point of view of this is my opinion, it will never change, and I don't care. And my problem with this generation is that they come with their opinion, and anybody who has a reservation on their opinion, or just have a little pushback, or it's just like, yeah, but what about this, they straight come with racism, homophobia, dysphobia, whatever phobia, grossophobia, fat phobia, something. And then the conversation is not possible. Cancel him, let's go. And then the sad part is that your sponsors, the people who are paying you your livelihood are scared of these people, because they are very vocal, and they will come to every post, and they will come and say, hey, you will post something about cucumber, and they will, yeah, how do you work with that person who says this? How could you do that? Don't listen to R. Kelly. And then these people run away. They're like, hey, they call you that, hey, yeah, we're so sorry, but we're gonna have to, that we can't sponsor you to your show anymore. And in a way, I know I'm trying to make this show become bigger and bigger and bigger, and I will love when I will look and I will have like 700 people watching at the same time, and I will do 10,000 plays in per episode after 24 hours, and then sponsors will come and da. But then at the same time, I'm like, wait a minute. The moment you have sponsors, then you have people who can scare these people, and it's scary to me, because I want my opinion to be free, and I know myself. If a sponsor comes to me and tell me, hey, you said something last time about this, the trans are pissed, and can you do an apology? I will be like, fuck you. I know myself. And this is why I made sure that I created a business model where even if I never have a sponsor on this show and I never make money from it, I'm still gonna make money from my other things, that nobody can come between me and those things, because the world of today is somehow is kind of scary. You see what I mean? Like, and the people, and it's very interesting when you have this clash of cultures, and how it divided. And when you listen to both opinions, you realize that some people really view it from what is the word I'm looking for? An ideologic point of view, and the other see it from another ideology as well. And I like to be there in the middle. Have no chip in the game personally. I mean, I completely understand where Harry's coming from in terms of his how he grew up. His mother passed away because of media, so he has some revenge on he has some bad blood with media in general, but a woman that comes and put herself in the foot of his mother and be like, oh my God, are you gonna let them do this? It can trigger things that happen to your own mother, and all of a sudden now it's your wife is the mother of your children, and you will not even be able to tell her, hey, calm down. That's how the press works here. Like, you don't read it, and you will just be like, I thought you saved me. I thought you were the yeah, I will save you. And then you make somebody leave his family, and she can be completely in her own vision. She can be right, but on the point of view of other people, she could be, like, come on, like, what are you doing to our kingdom? What are you doing to our prince? Like, who's like, and who knows? Like, both positions are completely possible, and I wouldn't be surprised, because I've been there. I wouldn't be surprised because I've seen this happen so many times. So where were we? If the family is toxic and there's a need to remove yourself, do it. But what happened in private, keep it in private in this situation. Yeah. But some other people might think, yeah, but if we keep it in private, it will never change. So, but at the same time, like I said, like, me, it's the point of view. Me personally, I respect the name of my father way too much, the name of my mother way too much, and what they built for me way too much to destroy what people view from them just because of my problems. I believe that my problems can be solved directly behind closed doors. And if I go to Oprah for that, it means that I'm trying to gain leverage on something, and or maybe just show them that nothing can stop me. Or maybe there's somebody who's telling me, nothing can stop us. It's just you and me now. Ah. Is it wrong to care about them and their trouble with the royal family? That is a very American question, isn't it? It's not wrong. Like I said, it's not wrong. It's just what I think is wrong is to only care about the magic words, racism, mental health, like those things, and then just run with it. I believe that it's important to care. I care. And at the same time, I take my time to, first of all, I don't have a judgment to make because, I mean, hey, listen, this is, however they view life is, if they're both very empathic and it's too hard for them, I'm not here because for me it wouldn't be hard. I'm not gonna come here and judge them. So it's not wrong to care. But then I think it's important to double check before you let emotions of rage and of I hate them, like some people, yeah, they're all racist, the royal family is racist, and like when you do this, and look, Oprah is now backtracking a bit, saying, oh, you know, it was not the Queen, it was not the Prince Philip, like we want to make clear, they made it clear it's not the Queen. And now you realize that sometimes you're gonna come and you're gonna, you know, paint the walls and you're dirty, and then now you are putting a stain on your grandmother that you love because you might have been in your little bubble selfish, or creating your revenge with all these people who are and all these people and all these media people who are, you know, trying to sell a great interview, and then you're like, oh wait a minute, yeah, well, you know, I love my brother to death. Oh, and your brother might be like, this punk, like these idiots, like, you see what I mean? And I think it's important to be able to step back and yeah, you know, those are not my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, so I can step back. I don't have to always, like, soon as I hear, like, listen, me, like, I'm talking about me, it doesn't mean that, but when I heard like this, when I heard her talk about the color of the skin of the baby, I was like, come on, like, it's gonna be white, you know it, everybody know it, like, are you? But hey, you know, like, doesn't mean that she didn't take it another way. But then if she comes with her own agenda, yeah, she can listen to everything in the prism of this, and then when they all gang up together, but it doesn't mean that this is what happened. But I have a strong feeling. But I reserve but like you said, it is very American, and I'm reacting very European, like I was saying before. To me, like, I'm actually more European. I'm actually reacting very Bantu, I'm reacting from somebody who comes from a great family as well, somebody who grew up with people who were sons of presidents, of dictators, like we said, like they said, because we didn't say that here, but somebody who grew up with people who were also buried under an African power is different, even from royalty. It's even something different. But I grew up with people who wanted to have normal lives and were forced to deal with the fact that they had the name that they had. And I saw some of them enjoy it, and other members suicide themselves. and it and everything in between. I grew up with them, and because we were all part of the same Equatorian regime, that when we had the power, and I was born in the right side, depending on how you view it, of course. Some people will say, you were born with the evil people. It's all point of views. But the people that some people call dictator, I was calling him uncle. Because, but I was living in France, so I didn't even have a point of view of, but at the same time, I always had that respect for who we were and who my parents are and what they did. But I always also had a little bit of critical spirit, saying to myself, well, listen, he did everything that they do good. Who knows? And at the same time, is everything that you do in the 70s, does it have to be judged with the eyes of the 2020s, 50 years later? And then you're gonna sometimes I ask myself questions about, all the things that happened at that time, all the money that was there at that time, and the corruptions, the corruptors, the Americans, the role of the CIA in all this, etc., etc. But even then, on my mind, and I'm not forcing nobody to think like me, but on my scale of values, the respect that I give to my family, my father's name, is here. Then my ego, my emotions, my opinions, the respect that is here. And I even think that if there was a problem with my wife and etc., it would still be here, under the respect I have for my parents. And I would do everything to try to fix it without disrespecting them. And then I have money, corruption, ego, all this. This comes after. This is and then I have my how you call this? My ambition, it goes under all this. So, which means that if tomorrow I can get $1 million, but I have to disrespect my parents or disrespect myself or my wife or my kids or my family or my friends, I will not do it, because this is here. That's me. I know a lot of people, and I think most of the people that I met, I thought back in the days, they're like me. They would never do it. Listen, for 500 euros, they will just fuck you, because for them, their ambitions are here. And the respect they have for the family comes number 4. Before that, they have ambition, fucking, drugs, ego, and then their family, and then maybe their friends. But first is how much money they can make. And it's something that I learned. I said I would do only 2 hours. Well done. It's something that I learned in this business. And actually, I'm gonna transition to this. It's something I learned in this business. Is never look at the people with the sets of values that you have. Don't interpret that the others have the same ones, because you might not have the same education and you might not have the same set of values. Some people only care about themselves and how they can gain from situations. And when I look at their interview, I ask myself this question. I don't have an answer, but I ask myself this question. So who does profit of what? And who's dumb in there? Who's just jumping in there without thinking and following? And who's running the show in this couple? And when you look at a few interviews, it seems very clear. But how it seems doesn't mean that it is what it is. You cannot talk about people that you don't know and decide, because you wouldn't want people to do this for you. So, they are now living in another continent, and there was no need for the interview at all. Unless leverage. Listen, there's some deals, there's some money to be made, and they're gonna need money for the lifestyle that she wants, or maybe he wants as well, Hey, Great point. Black doesn't mean African, and white doesn't mean European. It's all about the place you call home. It's not about the skin. Completely agree. I mean, yeah. So, those comments are from a long time ago. All the labeling and putting people in the box with label is super annoying in society. Yeah, and in America, it is something that is super everywhere. And now that it's in America, because all the social medias are American, it's not trickling down to everybody else. I agree with you, but for example, Lupin, I like the way they did. It was an inspiration. Yeah, true. I still have to watch it. I'm late on all my series because of all the YouTubes I'm watching. I think the change of hero's color makes no sense. It might result in a horrible frustration and create a more vicious kind of racism. Especially when there's a lot of other heroes that are they just need the light. You just like Black Panther. Like, you see, Black Panther was perfect. They took a black hero and they found a way to make it the best-selling Marvel of all times. I think this is the way. You have Luke Cage, you have Black Panther, and you have a bunch of others heroes. You have Black Lightning. You have so many heroes that you can use. And you have also Asian ones. And why you want to take others and start switching, Cancel culture is all about creating a divisive society. It actually supports racist thoughts and idols instead of working together towards changing the ills in society. Amen. Resentment. Yes. Hello, Luis Moreira. What up, Moto Music? You here? My point is, I don't care at all about them. I'm more concerned about the children in my neighborhood and the children in my school who are suffering than them. Some people are saying, look at these people suffering on the top of their $40 million and talking about, my father cut me from money and etc., where you have millions. To some people, they were like, oh my God, his father cut him. What a horrible father. You see what I mean? And some others are like, wait, what? Yeah, of course he cuts you because you're here being dumb. And that's why all these videos I watched were very interesting, because I heard both point of views. Hey, Bodhisattva. Mais vous ne dormez pas? Buddy, you're not sleeping at this time? What's going on here? What are you doing awake at 2:45 a.m.? Huh? Just passing by to show some love to Shada Gang and the bodies in the room tonight. I'm off to sleep after a super busy day. I'm waiting for my invitation for Monday Quality Talks. I'm just putting it out there. Thank you so much, Buddy, for the support. It will be used to buy 10% of a COVID test. I understand where you're coming from family issues, living the public eye. I'm so sorry about the CIA and the FBI harassment. They are the worst. Oof. Oh, listen. I mean, I was too young, so I can't really like. But when I look at history, I'm like, whoa. You see what I mean? The worst for me was going from us, well, not me, but our us in society, all the rich families of Congos, and from the ones who were in power, from being labeled heroes and etc. by the same people who helped us be in power, and then 10 or 20 years after, when they could not control their puppet anymore, the same Americans now calling him a dictator and pushing everybody to exile because they financed the whole war. And all of a sudden, like, you see the suffering in your parents. Because what a lot of people don't see when they talk about all these African leaders and whatever, and when people lose power or they get killed and whatever, people don't understand. These people have children as well. And you can be a dictator. You can be whatever you are. You can even be a bad person. It doesn't mean that you don't have children that love you. It doesn't mean that you are not a good father. It doesn't mean that you're not a good husband. All this. And people tend to see everything in such a black and white view, when most of the time the same people who are corrupting you are calling you a dictator. The same people. It's the same money. And they profit from they use this as leverage. And I'm not gonna go on that subject today, because we need a whole episode about that. But my upbringing and Buddy's upbringing is very interesting, because we come from a part of society, and then we decided to leave that to become artists. So in this, I kind of understand the way Harry feels, but I wouldn't have done it that way, me personally. But I don't have the same. Both my parents are alive. I've lived a happy life. You see what I mean? We've been through a few wars, but we lived it from outside. We always had time to move, and I mean, I didn't have a bad life. So, and I think he had a great life as well, but he has traumas that I don't have. I have my own. They're different, but I understand that from his point of view and from his traumas, it's easy for him to get riled up and angry because of the resentment he had all this time about the press. But at the same time, like a few of these people in this video said, you cannot forget that he's a guy who did a lot of stupid shit as well growing up, and he's always been the kind of rebel that, and people are like, he's the brother of the future king. And yeah, he had a few growing up, he did a few dumb things. And listen, he was a kid growing up in a strict place, and it was always too strict for him. So maybe he's liberating himself. But at the same time, he's the perfect person to come and manipulate. If this is just like if you met somebody who comes to you and talk about the school system and says that and knows so much about it, and he's gonna interest you in a different way that if you come from somebody who doesn't know nothing about what you do, and he's like and all these photos of her dressed like his mom, same colors, same dress, same jewelry, are very troubling to me. There's I could be completely wrong, but damn, she looks like a narcissist that is maybe in a mix of, maybe she came somewhere, thought she could have her way, how she always do, and she did it, and then she went on victim mode, because those people exist as well. And this is my problem with today again, is yes, when somebody said I've been victimized, I've been raped, or I've been XYZ, you have to take it seriously. But you cannot anymore say, maybe that person is lying. You can't anymore, because once you say it, the media and the social media and everybody's attacking the person that you are pointing from your finger. And when that person is proven innocent, everybody's on to the next subject, and your life is ruined anyway. And these last 5 years, there's been a few cases where it was proven that the people lied. And yeah, nobody went after the person who lied. And the people who, after all, the millions of people who did those tweets, when you ask them, so she lied, they reply, yeah, but if she felt this way, it means that, yeah, that's how she felt. Yeah, but the fact is she lied. Yeah, that's what they say, but she felt violated, so she was. No. So, complicated. And of course, from one subject to another is different, right? But we have all these cases in France right now of for example, there's this woman who says that she's been sexually attacked by this big journalist. And so she said the first time she just came for an interview, and all of a sudden this happened. Okay. And she says that she felt that it was against her will. Okay, nobody can decide how you're feeling, right? But then after that, they've been seen together in so many places. And then she says that it happened again a few times, and he was there, and like he came to his office, suck his dick quick, blah 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 blah. And people are like, yeah, but wait a minute, like, so, and then she says, yeah, but I was psychologically under his power. So I'm a victim. And nobody has the courage to say, oh, and by the way, I'm writing a book. Can you please buy my book? And it is perfectly normal to understand her and believe her. The problem for me is that it's not normal anymore to have doubts, to be like, your story is a little sketchy. Like, so explain to me again, like how you end up with him so many times and you keep having sex with him, and I was under his spell. I'm his victim. Him like, but that's the world of today. That's the Me Too society. That's and it's complicated because anybody can have had a one night stand with you and come in 20 years later and say, I felt forced. What you mean you fell for? No, because I was already there and the way he talked to me, so I had to do it. Like, so, so he's a rapist, I guess. And listen. It is 100% worth the money. Actually, I'm selling this one and I'm about to upgrade. This is a twin. I'm gonna take a quad. It is the best investment I did the last 10 years. I've been using this for all my mixes. So if you like my music, this is the sound of the Apollo that you're hearing. damn, it's already been 2 hours and okay. Okay, so let's talk about tonight's subject. I know I shouldn't have went into that rabbit hole. I want to talk to you about failures and victories. And interestingly, I believe that I learned more from my failures than from my victories. The victories are sweet. And sometimes you have some lessons in your victories. Sometimes. Most of the time, the first victory is kind of random. You do something, it's great. You believe it's about you, and then you do it again and it doesn't work, and you realize that it's not about you, it's more about the process, how you did it and how you served it to the people. And so that's where the failure teaches you something. And I was thinking about a few of the failures in my life in the business of music, and how those failures and those not only failures but also the worst parts of this business, which is humans, and how it kind of pushed me always to the next level, way more than victories. And because I believe that victories kind of put you in the danger of being in the comfort zone. So I remember doing my first album, I'm Ready, and I never wanted to do a Zouk album. I really wanted to do a hip hop album. I always saw myself as a rapper, and now I have a song that for me is a rap song, but everybody's calling me the king of Zouk, and it doesn't sit well with me. Instead of me being like, hey, I'm not the king of Zouk, because first of all, I'm not from the West Indies, and I don't want them to think that I'm usurping their own crown, give it to somebody from there. But I got like people from Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Guyane. Everybody's praising me. Oh, you're the king of Zouk, etc. And me, I'm like, yeah, but. And then, because I wanted to do rap, I was around the rap circles in France. But now every time I go to the rap shows and I meet all the rappers that I used to hang out with, they're like, the Zouk guy. And interestingly, at that time, for me, it was an insult. Hey, I'm not a Zouk guy. Ha ha. Yeah, you the Zouk guy. Funny enough, today they all do Zouk. But 25 years ago, I want to prove to these guys that I'm more hip hop than them. So after the success of my first album, after selling 100,000 copies, my producers sent me to New York to record the second album, and I do Worldwide Chico, which is, to me, was, yeah, this is the real, more hip hop, more Latin, it was more me. And the sale went, and it was a complete failure because I went too much in the hip hop. I thought I was too confident in thinking that I was it was me. It was, yeah, they love me, so I can do anything I want. No, they love me doing this, and this, and if I want to do that, and that, I have to attract them with that, and that, and I have to teach them that, and that is great as well. But if when they buy my second album, they come for this, and this, what I have to do is be smart and put the first 5 songs, this, and this, plus bonus this and this, and then after track 6, that, and then this, and then that. And the failure of my second album, I remember leaving France, going to Brussels, meeting the mother of my kid, staying at her place for 4 years, and just not wanting to do anything. But at the same time, we had a lot of shows. Will was there. He was the manager of my dancers at that time. Victories can make you become somebody else, and failures make you go in your inner self and find the best of your person. Très très vrai, très très vrai. Tu vois, maintenant je traduis en direct. There are those labels and boxes that people always try to put others into. Artists can never just create without labels. Exactly. Très très vrai. This album was ahead of its time. But that's a mistake, because what I learned from this mistake was that, first of all, people were not ready. Yeah. And first of all, people were not ready. But second of all, if people are following you, right? And people are following you and you are moving too fast, at a point they still see you in the horizon. But if in your second album you do and then you just disappear, and now you out there, since they move slow, the public, the people who buy the music, they're like, oh, where is he? Hey, what? You in 2026 doing music for 2026, they are in 95 enjoying your music of that you released in 98, but that is in 2020. Listen, the people who listen to the music I did in, well, simple, let's listen to it. This is the music I did in 1998. That's 1998.
Yeah, I make that ass go black, but I gotta love you over the phone. Yeah.
Every time you won't know right, you know I'm ready.
Up new, baby. It's toi la vie.
That's the music I was doing in 98. And if you listen to music from today, I forgot what was my music. Yeah, The Village. If you listen to the music of today, and some people are telling me now, somebody put a tweet and they said, wow, listening to music that Kaysha produced between 98 and 2004, damn, so much in advance on his time. And then I was playing some music from today, and I realized that what all these kids are doing, he did it before, and sometimes too early. But that's what I learned from this failure. I was like, yeah, I understand that I'm in advance. I understand that I think forward. But if I have clients and they are following, you have to make sure. So that's what I learned from that failure, was that I cannot just listen to my artist side. I have to also listen to my business side. And I have to understand that the frustration of being put in the box is normal as an artist, but as an executive producer and the person who puts your money under the things you want to sell, I have to understand that, yeah, that's the way human think. The human people, they want to put you in a box. That's their automatic thing. So is something I like to use this example. We have a let me use image. So in France, we have, there it is, perfect. In France, we have a cookie that is called Pepito. There it is. So it's cookie on one side and chocolate on the other side, and you have this little Mexican dude. That's always been this. So of course, this is the packaging from today. The packaging from when I was young was more I'm not gonna find it. So if somebody buys Pepitos and they love the Pepitos, and they love the Pepitos so much that they go back to the store to get more Pepitos, and when they come home to their Pepitos, you decide to give them some Doritos. You just fucked your business, because they didn't come from triangle salty thing with cheese and BBQ. They came for round biscuit and chocolate. And this is exactly the mistake I did with Worldwide Chico. And listen, everything of Worldwide Chico was perfect for me. The music video, let me find it. Look at Will. Hey, look at Will. Look at Will. Look at Will. Look at young Will. Will is muscle now. Back then Will was chubby. That's Will here. Look at Will. Hey, that's me. Look at her. Like, and that was super hip hop. But for me, it was the perfect album after this one. But actually, there should have been 2 albums in between, because compared to what I did before, this album was, maybe I should kill Spotify. This album was too hip hop, too fast. Where I had a clientele that already loved what I did before, I could have done this album, but if I mixed it with a little bit of clones of the albums of before, I would have killed the game. So look at Double XL. Look at him. Look at him. Hey, Ronnie, Papa Jube.
All my chicas everywhere. Do you like what you see? You make me sing, oh well. I'm just a worldwide chico. All my chicas everywhere. Do you like what you see? You make me sing, oh well. I'm just a worldwide chico. If I could walk around planets, walk around town, walk around sound, and still survive round.
Walk around those suckers, finger in the nose.
Blow up spot from bodies to
For Alamo.
Do you know my name?
Worldwide Chico.
Rafael Lorenzo, Traveling Chico, young black and guapo, Empress I got gusto, Moscow, by the Rango Focanas, Bambino, been over here, been over there, poetica, true blue romance, I swear, y'all wanna be.
Listen, great video, a lot of money put there, blah blah blah, shot in film. For us, it was perfect. That song actually was the only song that looked like and sounded like the first album, actually. And yeah, that was actually more the hit than the rest. The rest of the album was actually too hip hop, I believe. And what I learned from that, when I for example, I had some songs that were in advance, like Cybersex.
Y2K. You and I be pieces of a patchwork. Rah, 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 like a dungeon. Dragon, get my swerve on. Cause it's on, I grab that ass, then I bam, bam, bam. Shake it like that. A grand slam jam. So
Or Where's Electrics? But you see now, it was too.
Virtual stock of money. These days stop being sunny. You don't keep with acne. See you.
So the thing was,
oh girl, you make me wanna swear. I wanna see your secret underwear.
Just come into my city. I really read your mind.
maybe because the album was that song with Killer Priest was crazy.
Me and yo boo, stick a spell on you. Infinitely, dynamically, caddy baby. Sharp one shinobi. Yes, you guess I'm back.
Just for Me with Stephanie McKay.
I mix up a rhythmic, some hit FedEx to receive cool techniques while I picnic. I understand the words connect.
But what I believe is that the album was way too sophisticated for the people who heard the first album, and they didn't understand that. To me, that was the real first album that I wanted to do. But what I didn't understand was that it was too late because of what I did before already, and how I already created the narrative around the music. And after 4 years, when I came back with It's a Love, you can see that I was a businessman now, because from the first song, I'm giving to people songs that are still, until today, they are still classic songs. They are still playing in the clubs, like Fiona.
Pensava ma angel, stava na paraíso, mas não descobri por isso.
But I'm still rapping on those songs. All this album, I'm still rapping, but now I understand the right fusion between hip hop and Caribbean Afro music, and or this one.
As my tongue casts a spell, my expression just a power. It's superb and supreme, delicate and extreme. No matter.
And this one sounds more like the album of before. See, after you see, track one, so that's the intro. So track 1, 2, and 3, all this banger, banger, banger. Now track 5, I play a bit. I give them something of how I did in the first album.
Yeah. Numéro 1, What? Come on.
Throw your hands in the air. You know the savoir-faire.
For me, this was the hit of the album. For me, I thought that this would be the song that would destroy everything. But no, it was this, and actually it was this, which became my biggest song ever on the Quoi. But what is funny about this song is that it's at track 11. I put it at track 11 because I was like, oh, this is experiment. But the good thing is that what I learned about the failure of my second album was that once you give people all this, you give them all this, all the hits here, after this, you can start experimenting and you might do hits. This was a big hit as well. So this album was a huge success, and you can see after that album that once I did the album African Bohemian, that I found exactly the voice I wanted to have. That's when I start singing. This is one of my, yeah. That's when I start singing. Then you had that. Classics, yeah, but classic. And so just from these two songs, I sold all the albums because of these two songs. And then everything else, oh, listen, that was a fucking hit. This one too was a hit. Song about the mother of my kid.
I remember when I had.
In France, I just needed one song in French, and there it was. First time I sang in French. And then I gave them this because I did a hit before of that style. This album killed everything. And when people thought that after that I could not kill it even more, I came out with this album. And on this one, I already had enough hits that I was like, you know what? I'm not going to start with a hit. I'm going to start with a song for my mom. And I'm not going to care if it's too whatever for them. And I had this one.
Poems and letters, and it feels like the sunshine forever. Why you my special someone, and I will love you forever. You are my woman.
But then straight away, I give them the hits. I understood what was working at that time. So this, that was a hit. That was a hit.
You inspire me.
And that was the hit of the album. And that was the hit. Until today, I start my show with this song.
22, baby. If you let me do my thing, I won't let you down.
And then for the French, I had this one. This is the video on YouTube that has the most view in my page. Still makes 100,000 views every month.
Il en faudra des merveilles.
So just with these 5 albums, until today I pay my rent. Just from these 5 albums, because of the streams, I pay my rent. And because of that, I could then go back to searching, having fun, making music for music. And still, I did some bangers. So you can see on my most popular songs on Spotify, you can see that Bossa Nova, nothing to do with, it's a cover, Bossa Nova, but then you have On Dit Quoi. But look, Malembe Malembe came out 3 years ago. It's as popular. And when some people are like, oh yeah, you don't have more hits, I do. They're here. And then I still had a lot of other, and look, this song that it came out this year is already, banging already. But what I'm trying to say here, I'm not trying to do a listening party. What I'm trying to say here is that, let me put my music bed. Click, click, click. There you go. Diamantero, The Village. Yeah. What I'm trying to say here is that I matured as a businessman, and the failures of this album helped me mature as a businessman, and it helped me as a businessman be able to talk to my inner artists, which is what a lot of people cannot do. Today, a lot of these artists, They just want to do what they just want to do, and people have to accept them how they are, and they want to sell, but they come as if they're the thing they want to sell is not something that, yeah, it has to be pure, etc. And I understand, but then they don't do the work of finding the right clientele for this. So sometimes they want to sell to the wrong clientele and they complain. Or sometimes they found the clientele. Once they have the clientele, then they're like, okay, now that I have you, I'm going to do what I wanted to do. And that's bad business moves. And this is really something I learned from this. Next story, let me see. Which one you never seen? Listen, everybody had. You grew up, your music is supposed to grow up with you. Yeah. Oh, listen, I looked 15 years old. What was funny at that time is that all the girls in the videos were always our exes back in the days. I think all these in that video, every girl was Will's ex and Double XL. Tell them. Fiona, One Love, and Raquel, the best ones. Hey, Popo, what up, bro? When are you shooting a video for me? Yee, Musula days. I have amazing videos of me performing in Musulo. Those very, very popular songs easily cross over into various style and genre of music, which is very unique. Thank you. Your voice sounds really good singing in French. Thank you. But that's the thing, you know? True. And that's the thing. I think what I understood about me is that, and that's what my mentor taught me. He taught me that he taught me that I'm that person who is able to bring people together. He taught me that. And at that time I didn't believe it myself. I was, I want to do hip hop, I want to be a rapper, da 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 da. And he was like, you way more than a rapper. You were born in Congo. You lived in Ivory Coast, in Kinshasa, in Abidjan. You lived in Bandaka. You lived in New York. You lived in Paris. You lived in Brussels. You lived in Waterloo. You lived in London. You lived here and there. You've been in China when you were a kid. You've been there. You are so much more than what you are trying to be. And he taught me this. He taught me to look 360, and he saw something in me that I didn't see myself at that time. And that's why my first album was so successful, because on my first album he prevented me from doing the easy stuff that I wanted to do. Because I remember very well that amazing. I remember very well when we listened to and you know, we didn't have budget. I remember very well that when I started doing my album, and my mentors, he sat after the first 2 days of studio. We sit down in the living room. He put his 3 joints that he just rolled. He liked the first one, and he said, "Okay, play me what you recorded today." We start recording. We start playing the song, and then even after like 30 seconds, he just stops the tape, which to me was super disrespectful. How are you closing you cutting my song before the end? And he's like, this is a pile of shit. That's all you had? And I'm like, so I play another track, and he's like, oh no, cut that. What? Next day, I told this story before, but for those of you who don't know this story, Next day, I come back from the studio. He's here with his joints again. Play music. He's here. He's like, cut that. What kind of shit is this? I play another 2 songs. He's like, wait a minute. You did 8,000 kilometers to do this shit? What's wrong with you? Fuck. And me, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this Chinese guy? My mentor is half Chinese, half French Guiana. And at that point, after 3 days of this bad treatment, I'm starting to have tears in my eyes. And I'm like, hey, I don't understand why you brought me here if you don't like my music. I'm a genius. Everybody say that I'm good. Everybody say that I'm the best beat maker, that I also rap great, blah, 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 blah. And so the next day, I'm not animated at all. I'm just down. And I'm living in his house in South America. I just followed him because he told me leaders don't follow people, follow me. So I just go, and the first day I'm like, I'm down, and I'm like, yeah, fuck this shit. Like, I want to go back to Paris. Like, I have nothing to do here. We are in 97. This guy is here. He makes me come all the way to here to criticize my art, and I'm not having it. So I want to go back home. And so I'm getting ready, but I'm pissed. Like, he's like, no, you're not going to the studio today. I'm like, oh, so what am I supposed to do? He's like, come. And he takes me to a part of the house that I didn't know. It was a door that was always closed. He opens the door, and there's an office with all walls are full of CDs. And he's here, start taking CDs. Goes, he's like, take some CDs. Take some those relics of the past. He takes some CDs. CDs. Some kids don't even know what this is. The pleasure of creating this. Anyway, he takes some CDs and he tells me, okay, he does a selection and he brings me 20 CDs and he says, you're gonna just listen to this music. That's your mission for today. And me, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? You think I came here? You think I came all the way here to listen to music from other people? I came here to do my music. And he's like, nah, what you need is to listen to some music. So in the music, there was some Gal Costa, famous Brazilian singers, Stevie Wonder, Music Aquarium, I think. No, Music Aquarium. I don't forget the name of this album, but it has to do with aquariums. It even inspired the song to me. Carlinhos Brown, Brazilian, Olodum, Brazilian, Wyclef's album, some jazz, some R&B, some Afrobeats from Nigeria, a little bit of everything. And I'm like, fuck this, I have to go back to Paris. I take the album of Gal Costa and I play a song. I cannot play the song for copyright, but let me remember the name of that song. So Gal Costa is one of the most famous voices of Brazil. And I think the album that I heard, I don't even know what album it was, but I know that that's the song that I heard until today is one of my favorite songs. Let me see if I remember the cover. The She had so many albums. She's been around for so many years. I think it was the album from. Let me see if there's a best of. Maybe. Let me check if she has. Let me see on her. The song was. I have no idea. Revisited. Let me see if I need a best of. A best of. Let me go in her discography. I need to find a best of her, and I can find my song. Do it. Become but oh my god, I'm not gonna find it. I have to go to my playlist. Wait, I have a playlist where I have this song. Wait, what's the name of my playlist? Is it the Make Love playlist? I got a playlist called Smooth. Of course, I'm not gonna find it now. Anyway, let me shorten my story. She plays me. So I play this one. I play Music Warrior from Stevie Wonder. I play Gal Costa. I play that album, and then I play Carlinhos Brown. Then I play Olodum. Then I play some Groover Washington. Then there was some what's their name? After Seven, the group of Babyface and his brothers, the Edmund brothers. There was some Ashley brothers. There was some Shannon. It went all over, and I actually spend my whole day loving the music, and I'm traveling with the music. So at the end of this of my listening session, he comes back home, and he says nothing. And the next day, I go to the studio, and when I come back from the studio, you know, as always, we had our ritual. He's here. Start putting his joints, da-da-da-da. When his joints are ready, he's like, okay, play the music. And this time, I'm not excited. I'm super confident. And I play this.
5, 4, 3, 2,
and I look at him like this.
1, 0, ignition, lift off.
And he looks at me like this. But he doesn't cut my music for the first time. And me, I'm looking at him like this.
I'ma call you in the morning. I'ma call you in the evening. Talk about.
And this song was my first ever banging hit. That song, when it came out, it's a song that destroyed everything. It was the song. Telephone came out, and until today, when they played in the song, people think it's a song that just came out. And I learned from that. And I call this a failure and a victory at the same time, because I spent the first week trying to show this guy what I was about, and that person showed me the way to become who I am today. And I mean, I'm forever thankful to him. I had him on the phone last week, and he told me the things he tells me till today. We destroyed Paris with that song. He still tells me the same thing. It was like, yeah, look at you now, huh? You're rich now, so you don't work anymore. You don't search, huh? You do easy things now. Like, I'm a businessman, Dad. And he's like, nah. That's not how I trained you. That's not how I raised you, son. And I love him to death. Like without him, I would have tried to pursue something that everybody else was doing. He made me become, through that episode of failure and victory, he made me understand the true victory of who I could become, I could be. And that's what I try to do this with all the artists that I work with. Try to push them out of their comfort zone on what I knew they could do, not what I wanted for them or to force them to be, but what they could be. And the last story I'm going to tell you today was the story of I'm going to tell the condensed version of that story because I want to have a show about the music industry and all the fuckery in the music industry, and that story is part of it. So I'm gonna give you a condensed version of the story, very short. I found that girl that I knew, and one day, you know, I just had an idea of, hey, listen, there's this space here, there's nobody. Everybody in this space is either over 50 years old, and in our generation there's nobody. So I think you should go here. And I know you want to do R&B, but you should go here. And I have an idea of an album, of what we could do, a few songs. I have some beats. I wrote some songs, and we could finish everything together. We go to the studio, we make a classic album, and the person I collaborated to do this album went in her head, and of course she felt. She did the victim thing. She did the perfect victim thing where all of a sudden she was my victim, and I didn't understand where it came from. But all that was just because I didn't realize that the guy I was working with wanted to get the artist for himself and the money for himself. So I will do the long version of that story, but I want to do a super quick version of that story. At the end of the story, I realize that I've been blindsided on both sides, and that I'm about to lose 100,000 euros. I know it. So I lose the artist, and the person who messed with her head also takes all the money that we made. And now the artist is walking around doing shows all around the world, singing a song that I wrote for my album, a beat that I did for my album that was supposed to be the album that I would do after her album. But I said, hey, let me put all the good chips in this album. I gave her that song. And she's walking around singing my songs that I wrote on the beats that I produced, and doing interviews saying that I was just an assistant, and that I'm not her producer. All the artists, all this album is not my idea. It's this guy's idea, my new guru. And I'm devastated. I remember one day after all this, losing all the money, the threats, the violence, and sometimes being in the same place as the artist and seeing the artist looking at me like I'm like, and not talking to me but we were friends before that. And all of a sudden, like the person acts like if she was my victim. And the best thing about it was that she never said what I did to her, because I did nothing. She just had to cry, and everybody believed. And of course, my reaction was, okay. No, I remember that the person. I'm trying to condense the story. I want to be able to tell the story, really the long version. But my co-producer, we did the album together. I remember that night it was me, him, and Elisio. We in the car. Elisio's in the back. I'm on the back seat, and he stops in the middle of the road and he doesn't say nothing. And I start having tears in my eyes. I have a tear that falls on my cheek because I'm shocked that. And that person who actually, I don't know yet, that he's the one who organized all this, who turned these artists against me. He looks at me and he's like, what a bitch. And me, yeah, this album will not come out. I'm taking back all my music. If you want to work with her, go ahead. But me, I'm taking back all my music. I'm taking all my songs. And I don't want to work with her. I don't want to talk with her anymore. And that's how he fucked me. He's like, nah, we're going to do better. I'm going to finish the album with her. You take care of doing your shows and feeding your family. I'm going to finish the album. We're going to eat the money, all the money that we do from this album. And after that, we kick her out like the bitch she is. And me, I'm like, yeah. Manipulation at its best. And at that moment, are you still here? Because I see the chat is not saying anything. I don't know if everybody fell asleep. At that moment, so 6 months passed before the album comes out, and I go on tour with my other artists, and I start realizing, actually, I'm telling you, at that moment, I go to different places where I have beef with different people. I remember I had beef with Lin Mauro, my brother. I had beef with my friend that was that signed my deal at Sony Music. I had a beef with another friend. I will tell you the real story. I really want to not spoil it but because this is not important. This is just for you to have the context of the failure and then the victory. So at that moment, I meet a girl in Ivory Coast that I knew that I was not talking to. And I'm like, bah. And she's like, what you mean? Yeah, you said this, you said that. I said, no, I didn't. Your person that says he's your bro said that and said that and said that. And all of a sudden, I realize, when sometimes when you deal with devilish people, evil people, they know how to corner you to this point. And this is why it's very interesting when I was talking about Harry and Meghan. And even if it might not be this, it looks to me like deja vu. Because sometimes some people know how to corner you and make them believe that they are your only ally, when in actuality, the moment when you stop just looking like this and you start opening your eyes and you open the lights, then you look up there and you realize that the only person that is in all these stories you have with all these people that you have a problem with is the same person. And then I'm like, wait a minute. So I go back to one of my other artists that was there that day. And I ask her, what happened that day? And she started crying. Oh, we arrived. Soon as we arrived from 2 p.m. till midnight, he start criticizing, telling us, oh, you don't have this, he doesn't do this, da da da. How come he doesn't do this, da 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 da? And yeah, soon as you arrive, we just jump at your throat. I'm so sorry, da 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 da. And I'm like, it's okay. We all have been manipulated. I know it. I go talk to the person who was distributing my music at that time, my partner. And I'm like, hey, what do you think about this guy? And he's like, oh, the puppet master? I'm like, oh, so you know. And he's like, oh, yes, I know. And I'm like, okay. So at that moment, I'm bracing myself because I know I'm about to lose all the money from my album, It's All Love, and all the money from the artist album. I know I'm going to lose all the money. I know. Luckily for me, I made all my money back on shows and on the digital after. But all the CD sales, so we're talking about a few 100,000 euros. I know I'm about to lose all that money. I know already. But that's not the story. Long story short, I will do a whole show about it. I want to do a whole show about the fuckeries that I've been through in music. And this story needs at least 3 hours, so I cannot do it now. But so in the short version of the story, when I arrived to the meeting, I know that I'm not gonna get no money from the money that is being made. So we're talking about 400,000 euros that have been made. We're supposed to divide in 3, and he invents something that has nothing to do with the deal that we had, and I end up being squeezed. And then I'm like, I know it, so I was ready for it, and I just start working on other things. And I work on my album, African Bohemian, straight away. And once he knows that I'm working on this album, now it's frets, it's like ghetto, it's the ghetto thing, that because the guy was not like me from rich family, he was ghetto, and he thought that you could resolve everything with frets. But at the same time, he knew I had streets behind me, so he just tried to scare me. It didn't work. I just told him, hey, I'm never gonna work with you again. That's all I have to tell you. And just forget my number, enjoy the money, and peace. That was the failure. I will tell you the whole story well. It's just for you to understand the context. Then, of course, me? Never. So 2 years pass. It's time for the artist to do a new album. The problem is that the artist has an album that was entirely at 90% done by me. And now everybody is asking themselves the question they didn't ask themselves in the beginning. Because now the artist is super famous, rolling around the world, doing a lot of shows. People are hoping that we're going to do a show together. I say never. We're never going to be on the same stage together. That's, if something that I have is integrity, and my integrity once, yeah. So we actually never did shows together after that. And it's been 10 years, 15 years. And we're good now. We talk, we fine, but we had our conversation years. But this is gonna be for the real story. But now everybody's like, hey, it's time to do a second album. Everybody's asking for the next album. It's been 2 years. Let's go. And those people start working on music. And they go talk to the distribution, and distribution tell them, the music is whack, bro. And they're like, yeah? Oh, yeah. Listen, this is not the sound that, like, she came with heavy sound. She came with like the Kaysha music. Kaysha is a mix of Caribbean and African music, but mixed with hip hop. And she cannot come from that and then do an album that sounds. We need Kaysha. The guys know that they stole my money. And the girl knows that she betrayed my friendship. So, how you gonna work with me? So the first person who comes to me is my distributor. My distributor who knows, because he's the one who paid him, and I was supposed to get my money from that. He knows, but he calls me because, money is more important than it's funny because we were having a conversation about this thing with me and that distributor last week, and I was like, for you, money is more important than friendship. We were like, no, don't say that. I was like, bro, come on. He's behind us, but yeah. And he calls me, he's like, yo, bro, you have to work with her, blah, blah, blah. She's your friend. Hey, can we have at least one zouk and one afro? Like, we need your, you have to, hey, come on, it's your artist. I'm like, no, she's not my artist. Oh, come on. I was like, hey, listen. I'm talking to you cool, but don't piss me off. Then the manager who was there that night and who I introduced to the artist, I told him and her, you guys are gonna work together. He's been making a ton of money from selling her shows. Me, zero. Me, all I had was going to Brussels, going to the lap of the mother of my son and crying all night. Why people like this? Why? Okay. He calls me. Yo, Kay. Yo, what up, bro? Hey, man, we doing a new album. Are you kidding me? Yeah, but it's the beat. I hang up. Who calls me? The guy who stole me my money. And the artist, and respect, calls me without no problem. He calls me and he tells me, hey, what up, man? I'm like, you, what up? Yo, man, hey, I don't know, long time. I said, yep. What can I do for you? Yo, I heard in the grapevine that you don't want to work with your artist. I said, my artist? It's your artist. Yeah, but no, we did it together. I said, that's not what you said, and that's not what the contract said. Apparently, it's your artist. So listen, let's cut the bullshit. What do you want? Yo, well, I want to know why you don't want to work with her. And I was like, well, listen, I'm going to tell it to you in simple words. You owe me around 100,000, if not more. I don't forget the numbers. It's an old story. Like, you owe me around 100,000 euros. Here's what you're going to do. Write me a check or send me an electronic transfer of 100K, then call me back so that I can tell you to fuck off. That's what you need to do. Oh, it's like that? Yes, it's like that. I will see then. Bye. Second album of the girl comes out without me, and it's a failure. Album tanks. Everybody's saying, yo, the artist came with a great start. It was a great album. It was amazing. The first one, But on the second one, we don't know what happened. And in every interview, everybody's now asking the artist, yo, where's the guy that makes all the hits? Because we're talking about an era, 2004, 2005, 2006, where every hit came from me. In the African market and the Caribbean market, everybody needed to have a Kaysha beat in their album. It was like having a Timbaland or a Dr. Dre. Like, it was guaranteed that it would be the hit, especially in Africa and the Portuguese-speaking markets, the US. You wanted to branch out internationally, you needed to have a beat by Kaysha at that time. And everybody was like, yeah, but in every interview that I was reading, yeah, but why you stop working with Kaysha? He's one of your mentors. He's this, that, and you know, he was always the downplay. No, you know, in the first album, he was just an assistant. Yeah, but he was just an assistant, but we could hear his sound. And on this second album, what is missing is his sound. And yeah, album didn't work. So on the third album, I received a call from a friend he's not in France, he's in another country. And he's like, so wait a minute. Bro, I have a big thing for you. I have a deal for you. I have 100,000 euros for you. I'm like, yeah? What for? He's like, yo, listen, I got this big football player. He's ready to give you, on top of, he's gonna pay you for your studio, he's gonna pay you for your beats, he's gonna pay you for everything, whatever you need to create the product. But on top of that, he's willing to give you 100K. And the football player is like, and I'm like, okay, interesting. So I get 100K bonus plus whatever amount I need to create the album and pay for my beats and pay for my studio and etc. So you're telling me that you're about to give me like 150K. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, who's the artist? And the guy tells me, yo, the name of the artist. And I'm like, nope. And he's like, hey. I was like, I know. Listen. And I tell him, I cannot work with somebody that every time I meet that person is looking from me from her high horse. And the person is looking at me like if I'm the culprit of something when she knows very well that she fucked me. So, no. My respect and what my parents taught me is not worth 100K. My respect has no price. No, that person never came to me to say, I'm sorry. Never came to me to say, oh, I've been manipulated. No, interviews, the person is still pretending that she's a victim or etc., etc. So no, I don't care about, oh yeah, but you know, hey, is this big? I don't care who he is. And who does he think he's gonna buy? My parents didn't teach me that for 100K, you could buy my respect. Oh, hell no. I don't care about the money. And mind you, at that moment, I have Kaysha on the quad that is bombing, Love the Toi that is banging. I'm performing like twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. I have a ton of money myself. So I don't make 100K per month, but I make, I make 5 to 10K every month. And I'm like, hey, you know what? The 100K, I'll make them in 1 year. But nobody's gonna buy my respect, my self-respect. I'm not interested in working. First of all, I don't want to work with the person she works with, but I don't want to work with her because oh hell no. And the guy replies to me, but fuck, can you think about the business? And I'm like, I'm thinking about the business. Last time I did business with these people, I lost 100K. So no. Business-wise, no. Personal-wise, no. And on the way that I was taught by my parents, oh hell fucking no. So, I received texts from everybody, yo, think about it, blah, 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 and this is a big player. But I was like, I don't give a fuck about who he is. My parents are 10 times what he is. If I need 100K, I can call my dad. And it's something I don't do. I never did in my life. I've always made sure that I made myself. But if I need 100K, Dad, for real, I need 100K. What for, son? Oh, I need to buy this, or I have this problem. All right, son, 2 days. My dad has 100K to give to me if I want. I never asked for that money. And this is what all these monkeys didn't understand. My parents are rich. And because I want to be a simple person and not pretend that I'm, those people think I'm on the same level as them. But if I wanted, I could have never paid my rent and have my parents put milk in my mouth all my life. But I decided that no, I want to do music and I want to prove you that I can do it by myself. And starting now, I'm never going to ask you anything anymore. And so, and I was making it. I was producing artists. Everything was good. But I still decide. I still have much love, Mountain. Wait, 10 minutes. This is the end of the story. So, at that point, I decide to pass on the 100K. And, 100K is still 100K, right? And then another friend calls me, I think 2-3 days after that. He's like, yo, bro, I have these 3 girls. I want to do this album. I want you to do it. I don't have a lot of money, but I'll give you 10K to, you write the song, you produce, da-da-da-da. I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go, let me finish this album that I'm doing, and then I'm on this. Yeah. We do one single, we do one song called On a Changé. The group is called Les DS. The group gets signed on major label, and after the 2 songs that came out, one I produced and another friend wrote, and the other one I wrote and produced. So you had the song called On a Changé. It's on my YouTube channel, too. And the other song is called Danse avec moi. Those 2 songs play on national TV for a whole year. And the intellectual rights. So I had 25% of the first song because I wrote and I gave publishing to EMI, and I had 50% of the second song because I wrote music and lyrics, and I gave 50% to EMI. And in exchange, the TV station that had to deal with us would play the song all the time, which would generate rights, and the rights after 1 year, they come back to you through ASCAP if you're in the US, or SACEM in France, or SPA in Portugal. At that time, I'm in SACEM, and when I receive my SACEM check, so you receive every 3 months, and I think we generated around 800,000 from those 2 songs. So it divided in everybody. I think I received around 250 in the course of 1 or 2 years, or I don't remember. I still would make money from that song. But my first check, I mean, it was not a check, it was a wire, bank transfer. The first bank transfer I had from those 2 songs, one morning, I remember I had 300 euros in my bank account. And I was like, fuck, I have to do a show quick. The next day I wake up, I had 153,300 euros in my bank account. I woke up, I was like, okay. And this is the victory. When you decide that nobody will take your dignity and the respect that your Bantu parents taught you, you get rewarded afterwards by karma. And that's exactly what happened. And eventually, a few years after the lesson had been learned from the artist, we ended up, again, I will do a whole thing about it. But once the lesson has been learned by the artist, and we were in the same place, and you know, once you run out of insults, you're just done with being pissed. We sat down one day, and yeah, she said, "I'm sorry. I was young. I got manipulated, and I thought it was the right thing to do, and I was arrogant. I thought the money was there, and yeah, I did a bad choice, and I disrespected you, and I'm sorry." And I was like, "Hey, you know, I forgive you." And but that's the victory for me. What I learned about my life is that, like I told you, I learned way more from my failures and the bad moments in my life than from the victory. And actually, the victory has always been better, because what the fuck is this insect doing here? The victory has always had an amazing taste because of the fact that I know where I came from, and I know that I chose sometimes the harder parts, the harder way, when I could have chose the easy path. I could have just, you know, I have enough uncles and a father and uncles and aunts that are diplomats, ambassadors, senators, and whatever, that I could just say, everybody put money in a pot and pay me for my videos and introduce me to these, that, and those business. Like, I could have done that. But I wanted to do it by myself, everything by myself. So, and I have to keep a lot of those stories for an episode when I talk about the industry, because if not, I will just have to repeat myself. But I learned that in these things. And last story, this one's gonna be very quick. In 2010, I read about the Bitcoins, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds fun." And at that time, you could have 10,000 Bitcoins for, I don't know, 200 euros. And I was like, "Oh, I should get." It was exactly when I got those 150. Once I paid my taxes, I still had like 100, and I still had like 110 or something. And I was like, "Oh, let me use this 10 to whatever." And I could have put 1,000, 2,000 in Bitcoins, and today I would have probably 500 millions. And for some reason, I was almost doing it. I created my account and stuff. I I learned how to get some, and then I didn't get them. And I was like, damn. Like now that Bitcoin is $160,000 for one Bitcoin, sometimes I think about, damn. And what I'm writing today is the victory for tomorrow. What I learned from that was not to be pissed. I was like, oh, okay, I missed this one. Let me get ready for the next one. This is why I'm getting in NFT. This is what I invested in Ethereum. I'm invested in XRP. I'm invested in VeChain. I'm invested in Polka. I'm invested in a lot of those coins. I got 1,000 of all of them, minimum. Some of them I have 20,000 of them, so that if one of them is the next Bitcoin, it means that I learned from life. Because every lesson that life teaches me is a lesson that I will use for my victory tomorrow. So if one day you learn that, you see in the news that XRP exploded, or VeChain exploded, or one of those coins exploded, and I'm here at Club Shada like nothing happened, just know that I'll be a millionaire, but I will not say nothing, because it's not about the money. It's just about the victory over the lesson. So yeah, that was my little, I don't know why I always think I can do 2 hours of Club Shada and I end up making 3 hours. This is your fault, guys. Yeah. Yeah, she does. I think we did a song together a few years ago, but now she's, was that woman's car over? But she needs to say that out loud on TV. Nah, she never did. That's not the kind. She still tries, but I think the problem of that generation is they kind of lost. I think we need a whole thing about the music industry, but the problem of all the generation of 2000, class of 2000, is that they always believe that in 2020, when they were all 45, 40, 45, they all believe that they will still be the queens when the girls who were getting born in 2000, they are the queens now. And it's something I told them, all of them, you have to work now so that in 10 years, 20 years, you don't need to work. But the problem is those people, all these people that call me, the people that call me for to propose me the 100K, all these people in that industry, they are the people who run the Zouk business at that time. And all those people, what they tell to artists is, it's you, it's always gonna be you, you are the one, you have this, that, nobody's better than you, blah-dee, blah-da. And they prevent those women and those guys as well, but it was mostly women in the Zouk at that time. They prevent those women from understanding how to become bosses. They make sure that they always keep them in a state of urgency, and they always create the problem and then they bring the solution. They put the irritant pepper, and then they bring the cream to soothe you, and they make you believe that I'm the hero, I saved you. And then there's the hubris, the narcissism, all these things that make them being unable to open their eyes and realize, oh shit, my real ally was Kaysha all this time. But because they knew how dangerous I was for their business because of my honesty and because of my desire to not just use people, but to empower people. They were like, nah, this guy is bad for business. So they knew what to do. They made sure that all these girls had boyfriends that they controlled. Some of them were gay, but they still were there going to fuck them, so that they could put in their ears while they're fucking them. Why are you working with Kaysha? He's like, he's old school. His songs are, what he does is it has been. And all of a sudden they start saying, I don't want to work with him anymore. He has been. And because I'm a person who looks everything from up there, I know when people start changing the tune of what they say. I know when somebody is starting to enter manipulation or starting to feel them. I know. That's why I'm never surprised. But it still hurts, because you always feel like, nah, that's my homie. Those are people that they begin from just talent and my hand and me doing this and drawing the winds and showing them how to fly. And then as soon as then you have other people, their job is just to wait for you to do all this work. And then they come and they snatch. And all these people, they control this industry. My friend, the distributor, who controlled 90% of the Zouk at that time, he was the one financing all that bullshit. That guy who manipulate those people, he's still there. Well, he's in Africa now, but he's still running his shit there, because he knew he had to. Once you fucked everybody in one country, you just need to change countries. You change countries and you just pretend that, I did all this there. That's why I came here, to save all you guys. And because they are good with manipulation, they're good. And those artists, sadly, they allow, because it's because we are in an industry where artists are not respected, and especially when you're not in the mainstream business. Zouk, Kizomba, our Afro house, ancestral soul, those are not mainstream. So even if you can make a lot of money, you don't make millions of dollars. So all these people put you in a place where you are number one, so you can go perform in clubs and be paid 1,000, which is still great. If you can do 8 times per month 1,000, that's 8,000. But that's not 50K a show. So you end up being in a place where you need number ones so that you can keep performing. And you don't have the time to think of, but what am I going to do when I'm 50? Because you are 20, 21, 22, 23, and everybody's telling you that you're the best. And the same people are also grooming all the girls who are your competition. They own everybody. So the moment you start rebelling yourself, they just send another girl to all your shows just to show you that they control everything. And the only person that they could not control was me, because I was educated. I went to school. I learned economics. I learned graphics. I own all my masters. My first 2 albums that came out on Sony, I bought them in 2004 or 5. So everything I did, I own. So after my 4th album, after my 4th album, I didn't need to do music anymore. I still make enough to pay my rent and food and the school of my children just from the first album. And not to forget that when I'm doing my 3rd album, I'm also producing albums for other artists. Elisio, Sumia, all these albums are still making money today. So especially with the streaming business. Since I own all these masters, I don't need to do no club shada. I don't need to do no new songs, no songs every week, etc. It's just because I have drive, I have ambition. I always want to go to the next level of the things I do, and I like to create new businesses. I want one day, like the bet I have with myself is that Club Shada, from super chat views and sponsorships, like when I'm gonna start changing the logos in there, I want this to make more money than music. But I have other investments that I want to make them become even more than music. I want but even if tomorrow I make millions from other investments, I'll still be there doing my Club Shada, because it's not a question of money. It's a question of drive. It's a question of sharing. It's a question of so many different things. But then you got people at 45, they are still trapped in trying to do a hit so they can go perform. I don't need to perform since 2009, when I understood, I cracked the code of the shows. I was like, nah, listen, I'm gonna make enough money from my YouTube channel and my Spotify so that I don't care about shows. It's something that I've been pounding in the head of Body before the pandemic, years before. I was like, Body, you need to work on your catalog so that if for whatever reason you break your leg, whatever happened, you cannot do shows, it's fine. And that you have to see the shows as bonus. And we were well on our way to do, but then the pandemic arrived and everybody proved me right, because I know some people that used to do 10 times the money I make from shows. It's been a year that they don't make money at all. And they look at me and they're like, fuck, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm fine. I got my show, I got my super chats, I got this, I got that. And there was like, and when you mix I got my sales of shada wear, my super chats, my this, my that, my YouTube views, my Spotify stream, I'm fine, because I've been creating all these different things that work by themselves and don't need all the middlemen, because the middlemen are evil. Because the middlemen and all these middlemen, I still talk to them today. But I tell them all the time, you guys are evil, but I understand why you're evil. Oh, why are you saying this? No, guys, it's okay. I understand why you are evil. And they're like, why? I said, because if you're not here, you don't make money. So you need to be here, and you need to manipulate the people that are here and here to think that they need you. And me, I'm the person who will tell those people, oh, you don't need this. Do this, and you're fine. And those people don't like this. And I always tell those people, I'm not doing this against you. Actually, if you help those people do the things I do, and you secure 10% of the money they will make on a deal, because you will help them transition to the next phase of their careers, you will actually not have to be evil, because you will make money. But because everybody is lazy, nobody wants to change. So what I did, I just put myself in the shadows where the money is, and I watch people fight, and I'm eating my popcorns. Yes, very interesting. We had some good girls who can sing nice, like Vandame. You can see a great conversation with Vandame, and you can explain why she disappeared. Club Shada number 92, I think. So go watch this. It's in this YouTube channel. They have allowed themselves to become dinosaurs and bottom feeders, not bosses, no evolution. Yes. I've seen the before the switch heater husbands. Yee. Community dicks. Yeah. That's amazing. Owning your master is dope. Yes, you are the model artist that other artists with integrity need to learn from. Thank you so much. Yep, the middleman has no talent and tries to exploit those who do. Yep, and the middleman can evolve as well. The problem is that the things that I say and that I've been saying for 20 years plus, lazy people don't want to hear what I have to say because it's a lot of work that I'm saying. But you know, it is what it is, and you realize that after all these years, time gave the answers. Who is still here and who's fine? Me. Who's struggling? Them. And they always say the same, it's because his parents are rich. No. Until today, the only moment that my parents sent me money was for my wedding, because this is tradition. Because it was my wedding, but it was also their weddings. They invited presidents, they invited their people. Politicians, bodyguards, all that shit costs money. And my parents were like, okay, here is our shares, here is X amount of money, and here is our list of guests. And we need that amount of table for this guy, that guy, security, this, that, bodyguards, CIA, whatever. And I was like, all right, thank you. But 80% of the money of my wedding, I paid with a deal that I made with Trace TV. Because I produced all the jingles that all the people who say, we don't see you on TV anymore, so your career is over. They don't realize they hear me every day on the same TV. It's just that they don't see me, they don't see my name, but all the little jingle they hear is me. On all the channels of Trace TV. I just signed that deal. I produced 50 beats for them of 1 minute, 10 seconds to 1 minute, and every time you watch Trace TV anywhere in the world, all these little jingle that you hear between in Trace Brazil, Haiti, Urban, all these, somebody who know my sound and knows and heard what I said, listen closely to Trace is like, oh shit, yeah, the bastard. And yeah, I signed a deal. All that money paid for my wedding, and the copyright that I'm gonna get from this, it's gonna pay my rent for 10 years, or maybe an apartment. Who knows? We'll see when it arrives. But those people, yeah, they will try to find excuses because that's what they do. And yeah, the only difference, and I'm gonna conclude with that, is that I learned from every failure. I learned from every time I was on the ground, and every time I stood up again, I was a different person. And when I stand up after falling, I'm heading for victory. And I will leave you all with this because in 4 hours, I'm taking my baby to school. 4 hours. This show is brought to you by shadaware.com, and I want to thank all of you for being here. I hope that you enjoyed more of my stories. Don't forget that whenever you have a subject that you want to talk about in Club Shada, all you need to do is go to the latest episode, when you can watch the replay of every episode, and you can put in the comments what you want to talk about, or maybe it's better. You go to the comments section and you put some subjects. I will put it in my I have a list of probably 50 different subjects that I want to talk about, and I keep adding stuff. So it was a pleasure spending some time with you. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you've been inspired by the conversation as always. I appreciate every single one of you and having conversation with each one of you. Thank you to Bodhisattva and Matt Music for the super chat, and thank you to all of you guys for spending some time with me. Double XL, great to have you back, everybody. Go check out Double XL, a new single on the platforms. Maro, welcome. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell. Much love, Keyata. Yeah, me too. I'm going straight to bed after this. Thank you so much. Don't forget that we are here every Wednesday and every Sunday, midnight and 30 Lisbon time, 7:30 New York time, and whatever time it is in Brazil and wherever we are available around the world. So thank you so much. Bless Heather. Lots of love. Bell beats. Blessings. It was a nice topic. Next episode is Sunday. Sunday, same time. CV Beats. Thanks, bro. I'm gonna leave you with a song from Me featuring Me. So me as a Diamantero, and the name of the song is Where's My Money? Peace.
Where's my money?